Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Shitty Cleric here. Back at it again with the docky. So everything should be going fine. Hopefully. Like, I hope everyone's doing okay. But you never know. Alright. That's the docky. We left on page 22. Yes. Okay, page 22. Here we are. Hopefully everyone can see this. My OBS isn't showing the chats right now, and I don't want to drain my battery too far on my mouse, but let's continue. Alright. Hello there, I'm here to share something that's affected me personally uh, and hurt others. This was very hard. I felt it was necessary. Please do not hate anyone. Alright. Okay, I think where we left off was around here. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her choices, always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shy Lily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. Nana was a close friend who we respected and was a massive part of my own success. I even praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back if she needed more time on them or take a break, gave her first priority on projects she was interested in, trusted her with the extent he lied to her about other people involved. Uh, was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them, the same way my accusers did to the public, with how they assumed how Red and I had to have operated together. Yes, we've covered Red's multiple fuck ups. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage products Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people. I've always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still her choice to do it or not. But all the blame for her actions is somehow put on me. Yes, she has partial responsibility. That is agreeable. You have partial responsibility because, well, you didn't know what Red was doing, and Red was speaking for you. And Red has also responsibility. So pretty much in a "Are you the a-hole" style post, this is a "everyone's the a-hole" situation here. some more so than others. Or only four people Red ever publicly asked Nano not to work with her agreeing not to. The first was Spite at the start of 23. Red asked Nano himself, and he told me about it after. I lied about knowing this in my apologies since it was never mentioned in Nano or Spite's documents. Bao, Ka, and Silvervale were all part of their exclusivity deal in January 25, and each for Red's own reasons. I was only aware of and in agreement of asking Nano not to work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other two. I am not guilty of him using his own free will to push his own agenda and express his feelings to Nano, but I understand that as my manager, everything he said to her or anyone else is my responsibility, whether I knew about it or not. Although they were friends, it was unprofessional of him to talk gossip and work interchangeably. Okay, reasonable. You've learned. You've learned somewhat. Congratulations. We've worked with Nano for 4 years. She's an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators. She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model. She's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be a part of anything she could and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. That that makes sense. Like having artists you trust makes sense, especially with all the scam artists on Twitter and Blue Sky and Tumblr, Reddit. And then there's the people who are apparently not streamers but say they're streamers and are just art hunting or whatever that's called, or art hunting. I don't know. Like, I'm very new to the Twitter VTuber lore when it comes to artists and art in general. Like, I am a writer by commission, mostly fanfics and like CYOAs, and like I try to keep things reasonable, but sometimes I'm being told my prices are too cheap or out of whack, and then I get discouraged. I don't advertise that I do those kind of things. Like people can come up to me and ask about it and ask my prices, and I have places where I put them, but I don't like actually go out and say, "Hey, you want me to do this or that for you?" And like I've been asked to write like a VTuber's lore like before, but and manage prices, but I haven't done it because like I just never have the time to write anything anymore because I'm always streaming or working or doing this and that. Like I'm getting like a bunch of free time soon, but that doesn't mean I am going to be able to do much. I think I might take that week as rest, but I don't know. Like this is pretty long, and I want to get it over with, and then I want to figure out where that PC upgrade, how that's going on, and where it's coming. How is it going? Will I get it? Especially because I'm predicting that rest week is going to be bad for the pocketbook, and then I'm gonna have to starve for a week. And it looks like I'm working Halloween. It looks like it. If what my schedule says is right, for my day job, I might be working Halloween, so I might miss the costume party, which sucks, but what you gonna do? I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then choose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself, hide the truth. When push comes to shove, people really say or do what is like really deep down inside their hearts. It's kind of like the whole a drunk person uh, like reveals how they are kind of thing. Below large portions of Nano's DMs and Reds, I, over the past 2.5 years, had showed any situations brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her, how she felt about us and other people involved in everything, and any other relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted to the public. There you go. I forgot to lock the door. People coming in and then interrupting stream. I don't know who would like, but I don't live alone in my place, so I have to like make sure people knock before they enter because I don't have this place soundproofed because that's a lot of money. Oh, God, what's wrong with? Oh man, my chest. Fuck. What's wrong with my chest? Oh God, I think I'm. Nah, nah, I can power through it. All right. Some of these DMs are repeated, and in the following sections of this document, Nano's profile picture is different in some of them. These screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. Okay, makes sense. Like I've had to deal with that. I don't think I've ever made a docky about somebody, but I had to have made screenshots talking about, well, art and modeling things and how much I spent and things are relatively to my satisfaction, but then being told that it's not actually what I thought it was and that it was bad, but like it's too late for me to say anything about that because it's way too late to like get any money back or whatever. God, I have spent so much money that I literally couldn't on so many things that apparently my bank is very wary of me trying to buy things now. Like I tried to buy a game that might have been Halloween themed, but and that the online specs checker says is compatible, well, 70% compatible with my PC, but then the card just wouldn't go, and I'm like, okay, that's a sign. So probably just save up to get a capture card and then try to hopefully get ZA and then stream that. Hopefully. Who knows? Everything's in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST. I censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with red. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another account are highlighted with orange. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are in gray. Reds comments are in blue. By the start of 23, Nano was signing her commissions with Red. She also told him it was okay for us to commission with someone else to merge artwork Red had previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problem for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Natalis, for the majority of time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the commissions about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs. These are the DMs right here. Because I'm looking at this through OBS, it's very hard to uh, zoom in, but they look fine. Okay. That's something I'll just let you guys who are watching the chat or the YouTube video for this, say stuff in the comments and let me know. Cause I I probably could probably see this better if I did something about it, but I can't. Later that day was the first time Red brought up Spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite, and she gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. Nano said never said anything about this to me. We never talked about Spite. I shared the feelings Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. Everything about Spite is in her section of this document. This was not included in Nano's and Spite's documents at all. Why? Because they didn't say anything about it. I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano about Spite. I tried to not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. This is what I said. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 23. My only personal involvement was excluding someone specific from working uh, with Nano was Silver. Okay, so Cinder was upset about what she both thought was Spite copying her. Saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to, without talking to Cinder first. This was one person. This was about one person and one artist, and they never worked with before who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I knew, it never actually affected Spite. I never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her that I asked this of Nano. This was the first of four total times with three different artists I have ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. Okay? I started the conversation as if we were asking Nano to do this, like I would any other time. But then I tell Nano I just wanted to ask if you were okay with being one Hellhound exclusive, and I really feel bad asking you something like this. Right? Now, and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in my own DMs with Nano. Alright. This is dated. It's 26th of January 23. As an example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. Nano told Red she wants me to make my winter outfit after Red messaged her about it a few days earlier. Okay. Red asked about Nano's other work for us to plan around with her, but Nano willingly shared. This was normal with them. Nano told Red she wouldn't be able to meet the deadline for two pieces of art she was doing for me. Red was sympathetic, extended the deadline. Nano implied that she's been taking on too many projects. Okay, so Nano's overworked. Red was slightly unprofessional, and you had little involvement. But this is part of what managers and agencies do, and agents. But you gotta still talk to them a few more times than what you've been doing, so that's still on you. Okay, Nano turned down artwork plans that were previously discussed for some time off. Eventually, Red told her we were able to find another artist for those plans. In between, Red praised Nano for her work on another VTuber's model. I messaged Nano about starting up on some pose ideas for my first waifu cup when she was ready and available too. From what I get of this, Nano seems like a good artist and trustworthy. From what I can tell. at least from the bits I can read, my eyewear is very old, and I recently found out through YouTube that part of my medical issues might be treatable, and that I've been treating them wrong. So I might have to pay money for a product that can do it, but that's a totally different story. But that just means I would have less money to try to fix this problem with my eyes, which would have made this way easier if I had done this earlier. Thankfully, I think I just re-upped my insurance for vision, so I should be able to get that covered soon. Maybe next week, maybe next month, or next year. Who knows? But eventually, if my eyes get fixed, I'll be able to do longer streams because I'll have less pain up in the head area. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it'll be easier for her. I told her how much it meant for me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it. Well, yeah, she was there from the beginning. She's here day one, the OG. Like, it would be awesome if she could do it. Like, if I had one of those, I would be like super happy. But I don't think I have one of those, and I can't do digital art. I can do physical art, but I can't do digital. And even my physical art isn't like up to the par that I expect for certain things. So like I can see the vision in my head, but I can't put it down on paper. And I can use like cheat sheets and tracing and AI as references, but like I just well, I suck genuinely, but like I still try. So it was like I could if I ever got the opportunity to do the waifu cups, or I got enough people buying with my code on advGG to actually like get a flavor, that would be awesome. Or even some kind of thing, but like I don't have any of that right now, so I shouldn't worry about it. There was a bot in the chat, and that sucks. I wonder if I should turn chat off to make things more visible. That's too much work. I asked Nano about one of my upcoming model sisters' debuts when planning my demon debut, so they wouldn't accidentally fall on the same day. That's good. Like I've seen how games that are released too soon to each other fail, so that's a good thing. You're making progress. Red asked Nat about Nano's projects, about when Silver contacted her about her model in 22, encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. I really should carry water bottles upstairs. I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model for her because we both grew suspicious of it, if it had anything to do with Cinder and her debut a couple months earlier. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 22 and had only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. More about this topic is in Silver's section of the document. I thank Nano for the waifu cup artwork she made of me, and her scale figure was announced. Red talked to Nano about the situation with the cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silver Veil over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of the conversation. It was the last time she was ever talked about between the two of them. Before this, I was told that Silver Veil had her own cup with Nano's artwork on it that was already far into production. I was very excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Okay. I did not lie to Nana about anything I said in this conversation. I would have had no reason to. Everything I said was as I genuinely thought and experienced, speaking to a friend I trusted. Yeah, my eyes really don't work, so I can't see all of it, but I am going to trust that you were genuine with that. Silver didn't like Cinder and how she would respond to Cinder's raids in the past experience. We had to infer that Lily's reactions to her raids, along with her other behavior, signaled she had a problem with Silver. Okay, that's some art. That really splits up the text of this document a bit, but it's not like anyone could really see it because of how small it is, but who cares? Nano, DW, I love gossips. Nano's always been open to talk about trauma and gossip with me. Okay. And these screenshots, Red told Nano a story about the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here. Okay. Like, getting your first model is a long process. Like, my first model came about of me being really into Tokyo Mirage sessions and Steam going, oh, we see that you really like character creators and things that have that tag, so here's something that might interest you, and showed me Vroid Studio, and I was all for it, so I messed about in that. And I think the PC I had before, the one I currently use, and I think I lost that model, but I was trying to get as close to possible as my initial concept, and I showed it to somebody who just messaged me out of the blue, and that's how my profile pic on Twitch was originally made, in my original 2D model, which for some reason doesn't work anymore. I don't know what happened with like VTube Studio, and I don't want to have to go through an insane process of bug fixing everything again and clogging up my PC with a bunch of programs, because that's part of why I reset the PC. And I don't know if anything I have still can run properly, so I don't want to keep messing with things. That PC checker site has a downloadable app to check things. I can just download it, check a few of the things I own and things I want to get, see if it really is the compatibility that the website says it is. And if it is, then I can finagle something, and maybe I can stream a newer game or a game related to what we do on my channel. If not, then I guess I will try a game dev stream, where I learn how to do the game dev and make the game, or a writing stream where we write the story for something on stream and everyone can contribute. I've been meaning to do that for a long time now. Hasn't happened yet, but I've been meaning for it to happen. I'm using we here, but Cinder has no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it. I was speaking for both of us without our knowledge and consent. We already went over why that's a bad thing to do. I didn't realize this message was cut off when the screenshots were taken. They briefly talk about Silver leaving Fish Sojo between these screenshots. Fish Sojo. I don't have money, but I would be willing to buy that company just to say I did and then change it up. Probably make it into a VTuber talent agency for VTubers in specific spheres of things, like say political based VTubers who do like politics drama or are legitimately running for office as their VTuber model. Like, because that's something you don't see. And while I am technically in that camp, I haven't made the campaign model yet. Mostly because it was either try to make the campaign model or finish this, and this seems more important. So here we are. Especially since if I do that, I'm likely only going to be streaming that stuff on Kick, not on Twitch, because I don't want to end up having to deal with certain people on Twitch. Nano clarified to me that she was the one who went to Silver with about the new model when she told me about it in 23, but it was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano taking on more models than she can handle will continue to happen over the next couple of years. Okay, so everyone was overworking themselves. That is pretty bad. These screenshots are a lot. Later on in our conversations, we were talking about my scale figure that was in pre-production. When Nano suggested I have Good Smile make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard about from another friend. Good Smile is very hard to get work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in. I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I ever said anything mean about silver in any of my DMs with anyone. Damn it. I messaged Nano to tell her we needed to change the artwork on one side of my waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver's. Nano suggested an artist for a reference sheet. Red told her that we were holding onto my winter outfit for her to do since she was interested. Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission for her and subtract the total from the work she did for us. We've done this multiple times over the year to help her when she needed it. She'd take the difference off of our commissions. This was while we were at Anime Expo and I just bought a life-size standee of her. Okay, that's pretty cool. Like, I don't really go to conventions because they're way too far from me, and I hated that. I hated it a lot. I used to work with somebody who was going to one, and they were like a huge mecha fan. Oh man, why is there no way to make a mecha in like Vroid? To my knowledge, like why does it always have to be live 2D? I showed Nano that I included her eye symbol in my demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all my major room backgrounds for years. Nano wasn't a tool for Red or Nye to use. She was someone we both cherished working with. She said it was planning to start on my winter design soon. Okay, so this is Nano. Huh. That's That's really fucking cute. Damn. Okay, Nano's eye symbol. Another version of the eye symbol. Oh, I have seen this place before. Have I been in one of her streams? Or did I just see one of her videos on YouTube? Shit. How many degrees of separation does that put me? Because, like, if I'm not a far enough degree of separation, then I could be considered biased, and I don't want to, like, do that. I don't want to be, like, someone who's biased for or against. Because then anything I talk about would just be, like, wrong because biases are bad. Oh, there's an ad. Okay. Nano's eye symbol in my second room, a framed picture of her and her mascot. Before it's questioned, Bao's mascot is on the table because it looks like it's made of glass and filled with liquid. Bao is framed with me and my other closest friends on the wall. Okay, let me see. I think this is. Wait, no. It's either this one or this one. Oh, you have a switch in this room. That's cool. Like, I have a switch. I also have a 360, but no way to capture anything on either of them, so it's kind of useless information. Nano's eyes symbol in the heaven-bound room. Not a room background, but Nano asked to include her own standee of herself on my most recent starting stream that I had on my desk IRL. Okay. Oh, so that's what standees are. I don't think I have any of those. Red messaged Nano about Silver, asking about a model right after my Demon model debut. Nano had mentioned to me that more people are contacting her for models because of Cinder. After I had asked, Nano told me Silver already asked her for a model after Cinder's Demon debut, which was 3 days before this. When I enthusiastically said, "Wait, did you tell her no about the model?" Nano had the ability to tell me no. Silver was still her client, regardless of how I felt about it, which I accepted. That's just business. Her calling Silver's Cinder's enemy at the time were her words and not mine. Not how he viewed Silver at this time, just someone treating her unfairly. Okay. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we could recognize the way she was always acted towards Cinder. Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying that we would eventually be competing directly with anyone. Nano, may I know what's up? Kinda like to gossip. Nano has always been open to talking about trauma. Okay, wait, I think you said that already. That's just repeating yourself. It's not very helpful. Like, it adds to the word and page count, but it's not very helpful. Like any teacher who's like reviewing the document would have to deduct points for that if they were a proper teacher. Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silver, specifically. Again, I mentioned competition with Silver because of the fact that she couldn't get along, leading to my thoughts about her being competition down the road, but I was sympathetic to Silver's point of view too. I said we were fighting for Cinder and Silver's shared audience wallets. with her cups and figures because Cinder and Silver's first waifu cups dropped a week apart, their scale figures a month apart. We undercut Silver's figure by having an early release date, then her to avoid Cinder being accused of copying her again. We wanted Silver to at least be on good terms with Cinder. Anyone could see the potential success they'd have working together, including the money they could make. Okay, try to keep it cordial, but like things are still messing up. Okay. Red complimented Nano's work she did for Silver, told her I wanted Nano everything. Red discussed plans with Nano that she was interested in doing, gave her priority before bringing up plans to any other artist. We ultimately decided to wait until Nano was ready to make my winter outfit like it had been discussed all year. The blank message shown was an animated emote on a frame that didn't show anything. Okay. Almost 3 weeks later, Red checked with Nano on my winter outfits since she was working on a new model, but assured her it was okay that she hadn't started yet. A month later, Nano asked Red for us to find someone else to do the winter model due to workload. Red offered to push the model art back since we had no one else in mind to do it. We wanted to prioritize model work with Nano since the GS artwork Red asked her about. Red did the artwork in October and started the winter model in November. I messaged Nano about my projects, tried to make them easier for her to do. Red asked Nano about her current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at the time because of Nano's busy schedule. Although nothing ended up coming of it, this is when Red allegedly manipulated Nano and forced her to cancel Silverware's model. Okay. My oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had to do on her list, not about who was on it. This is the first time I had seen Nana would be working with Bao on a model. Okay, yeah, I can see it. I think that's your comment right there. I was asking questions about Bao's design here to find out it would be compatible with the Boss Rush theme. Like a lower outfit, Boss Rush was only an idea between me and Cinder at the time, but we knew that concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. We are very loyal to Nano when it came to our models. This was during a time where there was significant upgrades in the overall model art and rigging quality in the VTuber sphere, and more people were going to Nano for models, taking up more of her time. Okay, so this is when things started getting way more expensive and scammers started showing up. Got it, got it. This is the first time it said anything about Nano's models being less special, if everyone had one. This was about supply and demand, the perceived value of Nano's models if they weren't as scarce. Like I said above, this was not to discredit the quality of her work or her talent as a artist. Okay, so you weren't calling her Chris Chan level or Ken Penders level. You were just saying that, like, if she keep making things, then her things won't be like considered the Mona Lisa. They would be considered like the guy who makes replications of the Mona Lisa. Okay, gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant or stay competitive in the sphere in a general sense. Nano said it'd be an honor to keep making Cinder's models, but if she chooses to work with someone else, it is what it is. Almost like it was just business. To be clear, my comment above saying we take pride in calling you her artist was not about owning Nano or keeping her from working with anyone else. It was because Nano's art and style had become synonymous with Cinder and her brand, and she was the artist we personally prioritized and supported above all others. Also, I mentioned to Nano the pressure Cinder and I felt even back then to constantly be doing new and exciting things, which led to how unhealthy our work life balance eventually became. I am not going to think about it. I'm not going to think about it. Just by talking about her plans to Nano, she said I was making her rethink her current wait list, calling Cinder best baby I got, to be honest. Above, Red said to Nano, you and your husband need a house. Before I'm accused of not censoring that personal information and outing her, it's public on Nano's Twitter profile that Mio is her husband. He's also her manager. Okay, that's that's nice. After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I won't stop her if she needed to make more time for us. She responded by saying she was thinking of getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on our list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao. Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. Then 2 minutes after I asked what she could get rid of, she showed me she got removed Cinderville and Cotton's model from her wait list. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her manager and husband, because she's dying with her commissions. I didn't ask Nano to cancel anyone's models. She chose to cancel Cotton and Silver's models herself. Even though I was biased about Silver, I had nothing against Cotton back then and didn't even say anything once to Nano about her. Yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying she really was dying with her commissions. Oh man. Like, I'm friends with a commission writer and I know the struggle. I'm friends with like multiple actually. I really do know the struggle. Like hell. It's why I'm not going to them for help with the lore video because like they have their own things and I have mine and I can't just heckle them all the time about things like that. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano first showed me her new waitlist, I told Cinder she canceled Silver's model. She was trying to buy a house and if we could give her more work to help her, she was excited to do as much as we could for Nano. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's models canceled, why did I tell her it was okay and then wait 4 months to force to manipulate Nano to cancel it? Why would Nano be able to tell me no in July about Silverville and then never again or about anyone else? Here's Nano canceling the model with Silver in their DMs, blaming Mio on her workload. This is a screenshot from Silver's document. Okay. They seem cordial and everything seems okay. Here's my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano even happened. The message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposed to be plotting against her, which is completely untrue. My message to her was genuine. The full context of my DMs are in her section. I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine and Silver's merch the night before Red had his conversation with her too. Yeah, they look nice. As you read from the conversation above, Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model. Image from Silver's document. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Silver messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for her more away. This is what Red told Nano in May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we were telling you not to work with her. In July, Nano told Red that Silver was still their client. Okay, we covered this. And then Nano in her public Discord server the very next day on November. She's like healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton. Here's Nano's reaction to finding out about my message to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. Okay, that's that's something. I just, oh god. Nano told Red that Gary approached her about a model. I chose to leave her name uncensored here since I had mentioned her in my apology after finding out about it, and I was never aware that Nano was even planning on working a model for another of my friends, Gary. Red talked about another project with Nano between these screenshots. I was half kidding when I told Nano about paying her to not work with Silver on a model because she had just cancelled her model 2 days earlier. Nano then said I was right. This is business world in reference to what I said about paying her to not work with Silver, which is the exact opposite to what mine and Cinder's later comments about business meant. Unrelated conversation continues again between these screenshots. My reactions towards Gary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Gary at all, and I've never been had anything against her. It was about more and more people wanting Nano models in general, not anyone in particular. This was right after Nano had removed 2 models from her schedule. I never told Cinder about Gary because it never went anywhere. There was no reason to. I hope Silver could find someone else to do her model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Like Cinder, by this point in time, I had already basically written off Silverville because of the undeserved way she had treating her. Okay. Nano asked me when she should have Nano like a Bow's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June. Nano refers to her as a dedicated sinner slave after a conversation, which isn't something I ever implied she'd be, or that I wanted to only work with us. Someone I worked with asked me about how I was working with Nano since one of their friends was commissioning for her for a model. A few days after I mentioned, I I responded praising Nano. Red messaged Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We hadn't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone, and I'm always supported them. Nano voiced her concerns to Red about the previous conversations where she got the impression Red wanted her to only make models for me. The confusion around it is cleared up between them. The situation showed that Nano is capable of putting her foot down and making decisions for herself despite any accused manipulation. Okay, I'm on 97 of 223. So that means I'm at 100 something pages right now. That is something. Wait. So I'm 128. I'm on page 128, I think. If my math is incorrect, let me know. I was confused because I never told Nano she'd only be working with Cinder from now on. I didn't ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought the more she made, the less special they were. talked about Cinder's plans. Then she canceled two models. I thought it was because she wanted to do more with us. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about her models at all, but I didn't bring it up to somehow manipulate her. It came down to a conflict of interest from my client perspective and our artist's perspective. Okay, you not saying anything is probably what caused the misunderstanding, and is why, like, part of the document is what it is. Like, I'm not saying it's the right thing, but it's probably what caused a bit of the problems. First of all, this way of thinking about the value of Nano's model was my thought process, and Cinder understood and went along with it. Not everyone will feel or see the same way I did, and that's okay because I don't think this is a right or wrong issue. It comes down to what each person values as a VTuber, artist, or a viewer. Just shows just how much we admired Nano and her work, that we were putting her on a pedestal. This had nothing to do with the idea other people with her models would just be Cinder clones, or that her work was less incredible because there was more of it. Well, you implied scarcity to the dilemma, so that's kind of the problem. To me, it was a matter of supply and demand, just like a rare trading card. The more models Nano made, the more often she would, the less valuable they become for people who have them. No one can sell a VTuber model. Well, I don't think people should, but they do. Huh. Okay, I see the point. Like, people do legitimately sell models, so I guess that there is a point to this. Like, I'm closer to the art is a passion that should be free crowd, but there is such a thing as paid art, and both can still exist at the same time and not conflict. Like, that's my stance on things. That's why I sort of dislike art commission. Well, I dislike the bad practice of art commissioning. Like, going for commissions in spaces where it's not supposed to be there. Like, kind of like you're in a server for a specific type of RP, but then you don't do that RP. Like, that is how I feel about certain types of art or general commissions in general. Nano's models are always incredible quality, extremely unique, highly sought after, but they individually be less special or valuable. If there were 100 of them with only 10, rather than only 10, okay? From a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model isn't just any other assets. Your design, your model, its art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are, and how they're represented and recognized is an extension of yourself, which is why so few VTubers have like a willingness for NSFW stuff of their models. I think, like, I get it. Like, I'm on the other side of, if you want to do that stuff, do it. Like, you can let me know. Like, there's a that there that is exists and there's a place to find it, but don't directly send it to me, just in case of, well, people lying about their age on the internet, or people being weird, or trying to get you involved in criminal shit. The fewer VTubers with their model art style, the more unique it is to have it. They stand out more. It becomes a more personal defining feature of and to that VTuber representing that artist. We all know of at least one VTuber who has the only model from a certain artist, or has one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artist makes, the easier it is to get one. Will inherently lessen the perceived value of the tuber's visual identities for those who have those models. Yeah, I get it. It's why, even though I tried to make models, never really finished them, mostly because, again, bad at art, and again, like, I don't understand the programs at all, and I'm more of a doer sort of learner, and like reading multiple things to figure it out, or watching a video and then somehow I mess up, it just bothers me too much. I thought this way. Wait. Uh, because the role and importance they play for VTuber and importance in nano art has their brand. Like, it was never about asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were, more new model clients, meaning more recurrent model clients, meaning less times for anything we wanted to do with Nano, which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in 25. My priority has always been our plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does re- uh, resolves around new model debuts, merch, music events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always ask Nano about her schedule. What? I just make models because it's fun to make stuff. Like, I just love character creation. Did I have to do an event each time I made a new model? Like, what is this practice? Is that how things are? Because that's not how I do things. I just make them because it's fun to make. Then again, I'm Vroid and they're 2D, so it's like way more work. That's why I always ask Nano about her schedule and where she can fit in our plans at the consistent pace we are always at. That's why we can keep up the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around new models. You didn't get model fatigue or like creation fatigue. On the other hand, as you all read, I also completely sympathize with Nana's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible, and have more and more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and the love they put into what they do. Uh, yeah, I guess. I guess that's true. Like, I do post some of my stuff, but I guess it's because I don't get paid to do art. Like, I sometimes get paid to do writing, but I'm not consistently paid to do writing. Hmm. More artwork for more clients means more of the work will be seen by more people, leading to more new clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves financially. New ideas, new concepts that come in keep work exciting and prevent creatively burning out from doing the same thing over and over again in the same older clients. When Nano told me about how she felt, I was 100% on board with what she was saying. I had no reason to argue against her. Even if my priority has always been on Cinder's projects, I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion and accept her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in these messages, I was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted and I expected it. I didn't hold it against her and worked around it with her. Okay. I was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things, working with Silver. The trauma she was talking about was about Silver. I never asked her not to or to cancel her model, but if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing I was going to say to stop her. It's her business decision. I respected it, just like I always had. Business is business. In Red's bottom message at the bottom, he's joking. Of course, I was okay with Nano's decision. My conversation with Nano about this is below. Just like before, I told Nano she needs to do what's best for her. I didn't say anything about Silver in our conversation where Nano canceled her model. Nano, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silver back again. I did not say anything about Cotton, but Nano canceled her model anyway and never took it back. Once again, saying business is business here, me telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Kiri's model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about it. Kiri never came up between us again. I asked Nano if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Cinder, because before this, Nano was on the impression I asked her to only work with us when I didn't. She canceled Silver's model at the end of that same discussion. I don't know what she might have told Silver, but Cinder had nothing to do with it. Here's my own DMs with Nano about what happened. When I say it's just business, Red told me about his conversation with Nano before she messaged me. My use of the phrase had the same meaning as his since Nano just heard it from them. In my apology, I said my saying it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions, whether she chose to work with me or not. This was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled. Further explained to her that it's okay if she chooses not to work with me. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but it's my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point, since at this time I wasn't sure if this was where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we have been, and I had to look for a new model artist. I then encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about while I talked to Red about finding a project that could work with her schedule. When she came to me about what they've been talking about, Nano told me she thought and chose to cancel models because of what Red said. Red only expressed his opinion to her. He didn't ask or imply for her to cancel anything on anyone. When she came to him about it, he understood and sympathized with her view. I understood what Red's reasoning was in the screenshot Nano sent, but no matter what she chose to do, it's just business. Since I it had been completely ignored in my apology, deceptively misinterpreted, and turned into a meme, let me explain what I meant by it's just business when I use the phrase itself. If Nano chose to pause, delay, or canceled any plan or future work with me for any reason she gave me, whether it was due to other clients, burnout, or any other reasons, then it was just business. Both Red and I repeatedly assured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. One of our feelings did not dictate Nano's business or commission decisions. We've always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us when she could. She was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she ever came to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, that was just business. Neither of our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any project anyone for anyone using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about the situation alone. I told Nano we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into this catchphrase I'm allegedly had all along to sabotage people. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first without any of the context of Red's discussion with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it's presented in Nano's document. You have to ignore everything else I said in the same message to Nano and everything else from the same conversation. Okay, that referred to what Red was told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of the situation and where it happened, it's just business. Comment means something completely different than what is deceptively portrayed to the public. Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model back. 2 days later, she told him that Silver Might have found another artist and was waiting for confirmation. Nano had plenty of time to tell Silver she would take her back her model if she wanted to, but never did. Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being cancelled. Nano told Red she wouldn't be taking any commissions until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start the winter outfit, sharing screen art, and she told him mid-January. Red told Nano that one of my future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. We were working on an IRL trip in February when his sister told Red and I that they were working with her. We both excited and expressed how wonderful it was to be working with Nano. Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We referred all my model artwork to be done by her. Messages I had with Nano showing I was happy for her about projects she was working on. Nano told Red she was feeling burnt out. He said she would delay my next model for her, and when she was ready for it, we wanted Nano to be the one who made all my major models and outfits. We had no problem waiting for her like we had in the past. Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her the opportunity before anyone else. We left out a Powerpuff floaty toggle from Cinder's bikini model to Not Copy Lily's, which had debuted earlier in the year. My own messages with Nano. I help her with an audio question. I'm always willing to help Nano and any of my friends when I'm asked for advice or help. Nano told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she's getting fewer commissions and we'll be taking less too. We are her most loyal and repetitious client. Nano delivered a project to Red and a collab with her comes up again at Anime Expo. We went to see Nano at her first ever meet and greet. One of my friends messaged me about working with Nano. I never dissuaded anyone from working with Nano or said anything bad about her. Red asked Nano if she knew where Bao's model was going to debut so we can plan our schedule around it, like we had done with in the past with other people she worked with. In July, he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November. She told she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WeebCon in March when Bao showed us. Cinder's angel model was booked for October. I was deciding for what I thought was a model. She was working for someone else. Nano told me she didn't want to take any more from anyone from her public commission form so she could do more streaming herself. Said she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until we chose not to. I encouraged her and offered my help. Nano brings up the idea of canceling models first after expressing she wanted to do her own thing and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet. It's because I was under the impression Bao was already done. She told me her model wasn't even started, meaning saying that to her we'll just find a new model for being busy was a joke. Like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Out of nowhere, she asked me, "Do you think Bao would kill me if I canceled with her?" She was already considering canceling on her own. This was a huge difference for how she felt about Bao's model last November. I told Nano that I thought she should do what's best for her. The less model work meant she could do more of what she wanted to do sooner. We would help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model, so it wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model. I still would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her. Okay. Managing your physical and mental health. That's good. That's good. Alright. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started. I assumed all that must have been because of the design. I was closer to Nano than it was to Bao, so I was supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any projects she was considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano or Bao's documents. Nano was involved with in drama with a live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Nano made a public call out post by this live 2D rigger she worked with in the past. Ever seen someone else post about them? Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. Nano said she could stand up to clients and refuse to work with them if they're having their models rigged by this person. Okay. Red's DMs with Nano the day this happened. He talked to Nano about the two new models she made, showed her support over this drama. Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. Some of my messages here age really well. As stated, this rigger is now deleted tweet. Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than caring about fixing the problem. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they talked before. He did not name anyone. The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she canceled anything was because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. She said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me she'd give her a moment to think about it. She told me previously there was at least two models she was considering canceling. There are unrelated messages about my own project that they were working about with these screenshots. I bumped Nano again about 6 hours later. She said someone else was replying to her now. Another 20 minutes is when I said to Nano, did you cancel models? It was all in caps because the previous message sent and the fact that I still haven't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and I said to her arc because of what she wanted to do would be delayed far in the future, joking with her like I always did. Nano brought up Bao again, said she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any project, that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explains why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one to bring Bao up again. I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about her, told her she should do at least somewhat paid for the design she made and work she put into it. My thought Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she would complain or guilt trip Nano over it. And Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All the lead up to this conversation we left out now about documents. Okay, my throat hurts. I've been at this for an hour or something. I really should have thought about this way earlier. 45 minutes after, Nano said she was able to start on Cinder's Angel model right away when earlier she wasn't able to and planned to start in October. This was all Red told me in our DMs right after we talked to Nano. Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Pal's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said we would help her out and that Nano was able to start on my Heaven Bound model early now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design. She showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this is what Nano wanted. She was my friend too. I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red messages and only knew what he told me. If I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for malicious reasons, I knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation. Why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November when I told Mao Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months after WeebCon in March when Bao showed it to us? Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling her on her didn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past and wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Bao expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend, I was sure it would be okay. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she had planned. The only projects we had coming with her at the time was the Angel model and starting screen art, which we were content with being started in October. It was only after all this that Nana told me she could start earlier, which affected our project timeline. That's why I asked if she decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up. Read message to Nano, asked how the conversation went. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bowles, being her friend. I asked how it went, if Bowles' design was done, the model wasn't even started. Then I didn't think about it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there was still been time to hit her planned Valentine's Day debut window. The whole situation was wrong for both of us. And I now should have asked about what she thought she wanted to do with her other commissions. I should have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions and that this happened at all. Okay. Yes, there's some fault to be seen here. I need to go get a drink of water. I'll be right back. message our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing this before Bauer told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. After my apology, Bao tweeted this, saying about our model being cancelled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was cancelled before she said anything. I hadn't claimed otherwise anywhere, and I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January. This is what I said regarding the exclusivity deal made between them. I had no part in the direct negotiations. Of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton during being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I messaged after Bao posted. I messaged the one Fred that could get a message to her since she already unfriended me and I had no way to contact her. Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore either, so I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it was right. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this. It was posted in Nanao and Bao's documents, and now Bao's tweet after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message. She never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know the model was cancelled because of Red's conversation, and not that I didn't know it was cancelled at all. The same friend I messaged before about Red and I, in Bao's tweet, she said that before that her model was cancelled in August. They were so close to begin live 2D and rigging. And in Nanao's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel one of her closest friends, Bao, after asking me to cancel my work mid-process, followed by saying Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model that I had planned with Bao, neither of which were actually shown to be true. A little over a week before Bao's model was cancelled, Nana told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started, and as you've seen, Red never talked to never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to feel like it's waffling or just repeating again and again, but I just refuse to just stop and skip over to the next part because I said I would read all 1,000 pages just so that there's nothing that comes up that surprises me or nothing that can be said that I didn't do my due diligence with reviewing this and grading it. Like I said what I said, and I'm going to stand by what I said. How could have been canceled mid-progress and close to being rigged if it wasn't started? And if it was so close to rigging, why would Nano even consider canceling instead of just finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was canceled mid-progress in her messages to me and her friends if it was, instead of that she was just dropped to the client. In Bao's document, she said there was selling back and forth on whether Nana had the physical or mental capacity to continue her model, which lines up with what Nana said to Red, and how Nana repeatedly overbooked herself but was never shown anywhere. Val saying there's a back and forth could also imply that Nano approached her saying she may not continue her work before August when Red messaged Nano. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model like was claimed. He messaged her to see if she was deciding to cancel any projects she expressed interest in canceling that Nano previously mentioned. Okay, this is uh, God. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated, trying to plan a collab. Red complimenting art. After over a year, Red and I encouraged Nana to come on my stream. We finally had our first collab together. It was on her birthday by Mio suggesting to Red. Okay. Our Discord. DMs with Nano after she was on the stream celebrating another one of her models debuting. Our message around her birthday. Nano told Red she was up to take more artwork, followed by another instance that shows how Nano was treated. Around about 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought up the possibility of some other kind of exclusivity deal to deal with Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said about any apology. Every time I've been told Nano agreed to work on a new commission with me, it was been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, is that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nana as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. This was following by her canceling a long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up her wait list with more projects than she could reasonably take on again. Of her own volition, she canceled a large portion last September. This in conversation stepped after out of Nano's document all of the blame for these model cancellations put on me in Red. If you're one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time, this is what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in this conversation, or was only told about what happened afterwards. Nano asked me if she was willing to pay for her to cancel all of her commissions for other VTubers that wasn't Cinder related. Nano told me she was freaking out with her commissions because she's accepted too many. Just wants to do Cinder stuff plus her own things, like she's been telling me for months. What happened with Bao's model was a precursor to this. She's the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me, showing she had interest in making the deal. And I, as far as back as September 24, I was open to the idea, but the details needed to be figured out, and Nano chose to keep working with us. We'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, he suggested we pay for her to cancel on 6 others. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel 6 projects, except Silver, who I said as a joke, but if she chose to cancel them herself, we would help replace the income with our own stuff. I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here so these people know exactly how and why their models were canceled since it was falsely blamed on me in Red. Okay. I think I see Zen. Alright. Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel these 7 commissions for other people. If we were going to pay the price for them just to cancel it, it would have cost 40,000 to 50,000. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. That's a lot of money. Fuck. No wonder this is a big deal. Then again, VTubers are like Warhammer. Everything's expensive. It's an expensive hobby. Furries are the same way, actually, when I think about it. No wonder there's no free like resources really online for some reason. Even though they advertise it is, most of it is AI, and it's like, and the rest is just really, really, really low quality. At least from my personal experience and to my sense of taste. Like it just either it's AI, it looks like those really old dress up doll games you see on the games websites for kids back in the early 2000s, or it just looks like it's the amateur level art on DeviantArt, and it's just so sad to me that if you want anything better than that, you have to pay, and you can't find anything that lets you make things yourself. Focusing on Cinder and our own content was now stream. I told her we'd give her everything we could. I don't know if she would be making the same money as she would from the other model commissions. Asked her what she wanted to work on, then she decided to cancel everything. Canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months earlier. Nana was more than able to make her own business decision and cancel projects herself, just like in November. In her own TOS, she states that she can cancel anything she's already agreed to do or started on at any time for any reason. She still lied that these cancellations were all because of us. A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I plan to collab with her, my model rigger, and two of my model sisters. My model sisters were my friends and not just the ones shown here. The claims that I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any of my other friends due to working with Nano or having her art is blatantly untrue. In my apology, I said Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VT bird children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debuts and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. There are two collabs I planned with my two sisters above. The fact that we both had nano models was celebrated between us. Oh, I think I've seen that. Yeah, One Piece. Here's one of my conversations with each of them with my new models with Nano. I left these conversations uncensored. Here's two streams where I supported my model sister, Buff Puff's game development endeavors by playing her games on my stream. Telling my fans to support her too because she was my friend. Okay, she made a video game. That's awesome. Like, I would gladly support that. Red messaged Nano to support her about her stream that day and about our projects. Red worked with Nano to make sure our projects were spaced to accommodate her. One of my brand new model sisters organized a Nano model sister collab with me and the other one of us model sisters. I was happy to agree to it and streamed it myself. Red said Nano a picture of us together. This was the one we found out about in February. an IRL trip. Okay. Another example of how Nano was treated by Red. I never followed up with Nano about the short hair design I was talking about since it wasn't a big deal. Nano won her VTuber award. She posted an image of her current and upcoming models. She told me who these three models were, with one of them being one of the people Cinder praised Nano to. Ah, ain't that something? I think I see people I recognize here. That's cool. My own messages with Nano after she won VTuber Parent of the Year. Another conversation between Red and Nano. You can see over the course of their messages. Nano's worked with many other people besides us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of who she was working with. Message Nano wishing her luck. Okay, yeah, I have seen a few of these people. Next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal, but before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. This was another person we were consistently working with, and that was artist number one. They wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggest some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nana, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There was more than that happened with Artist 1 and Bao and Silver's accounts. Alright, Artist 1's message. Artist 1 message the next morning about a video editor. Alright, get competitiveness in the field in a brief conversation Red and I had about it. We were going to pay them consistently for work, like a video editor, wanted some kind of exclusivity. Next time Red and I talked, he said we should ask Nano for the deal too. Nano had suggested it to him in September. Talking to Artist 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. In the apology, I said we had come to the conclusion that it would be in my best interest to talk to Nano about making sure more time for my projects by negotiating to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her. It was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. Right, I agree we should ask Nano to not accept any more new model clients and to not make models or outfits for Silver. Nano would have more time to work on my project. Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. This is what I said about Silver in my apology. So at the point I'm working with Nano consistently, we brought it up, making any more models with her. If a VTuber models how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or had that shared similarity. It was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano or that Red pushed harder for this other than being overly apologetic. Red only had any meaningful conversation about Silver with Nano in May and July, and two situations that involved her in November and January. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with and not an entire list. I was overly apologetic here and saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver. Talking about the exclusivity, he did. The only projects Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers were the only name Red and I discussed. As for the exclusivity with artist one, Red and I agreed we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. This is when Nano and Red made the deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day or even that he had until they already come to agreement without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs down in our project server chat where all three of us were. The quote from my apology referred to the deal they made. Nano bows missed his conversations sent it out of order and purposely left out information. Okay, okay, I can do this. I'm almost done with this section. This was the second out of four total times with three different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with anyone, which all presented in the document. What I told Nana we were looking for was exactly what Cinder and I agreed to, not taking on any new clients, not making any more outfits or models for silver. Existing model clients and artworks wouldn't be affected. This is so Nano could have more time to focus on our projects. The only other time since November I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models. The more there were, I wanted to preserve the value of the existing models like Cinder's, and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurrent clients she'd have. Meaning she had less time for any projects she made to ask for models. Were the most time consuming she did, we never considered including and cutting off any of the existing clients besides Silver. Cinder's always been supportive of anyone who's debuted a model by Nano. I chose to include Val's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section. I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend, and because I knew she was on Nano's waiting list in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Cinder, and Cinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao, but if I was going to make a deal with them, with Nano, I needed to try to include Bao at the very least, including their names was entirely on me. Yes, it was your fuck up. Thank you. I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano. I wasn't looking for have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. Last time I heard she had gone down for a model was when she canceled it in 23. I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist. I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her list again. As I was saying, to finally leave things as they were when Nano revealed to me, I did feel bad about the idea of Nano canceling on Bao. The second time, even if I didn't want her to work with her, I was sure she said she was not down to work with people. Cinder didn't want her to. Cinder was only agreed to ask Nano about Silverville, did not agree with me about Pal. Before this, I was using we and our like I would in any conversation with any of our partners. But if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I made sure to tell her how we both felt in overzealous attempts to get even with Bao. I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nana, and it was wrong for me to do this. Everything I said in the conversation was my own thoughts, my hesitancy, and Nana's reassurance was both out of both documents. There's a lot of fluff in this document. I don't want to invoke like the statement from Pirate, but why use so many words when less words do gooder is essentially the vibe some of this gives off. I know he hates it, and I know I hate like being stupid for the sake of being stupid, but at the same time, doing that is not how you do an apology, right? And it's bad on both accounts. Right now, like it's very part software, but I'm sure they can fix it up. Like we're not that far into the document. We're about 200 or so pages in. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend. I distanced myself from her because of it. I actually did not agree it was a good reason for it to not involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me. It wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red describes in that Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor scare her more, go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush's music video being made. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him, and he held it against her. I was completely unaware of any of this when he was told to Nano. Should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Okay, the comment about Silver and GS was based on personal opinion. Silver using her 3D model predominantly at the time was one way we justified asking. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurities without comparisons, but Cinder talked to Nano about it, and when Nano went to her about canceling, my message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in N's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself, or later say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Messages saying I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Like, don't worry, being seen Cinder's mom means a lot to me were removed as well. This was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her instead of it being me responding to what she said like it actually happened. When I told Nana that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nana. This wasn't explained to Nana at the time, but it was explained in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can leave our chat, and again, this is all secret topics kept. Was to keep this secret from everyone, including Cinder. If it wasn't for all this text and all this evidence, that part right there would have sounded like an affair conversation happening. And I would have legit said something. Okay, there's parts from edited out. Mad at Bao for what I thought was her great keeping her music video editor. Only thing I said about were all the non-issues that became a list of grievances after I thought what I thought she did. More details in that section. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it, and I was sending someone I trusted about something I genuinely believe happened. I thought that if she was going to keep gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happening making sense any other way. Everything I said here was what I believed, and it was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because. I now know I was wrong. Nana was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Cinder. Nana said, "Oh, we can do a deal, and I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever, and suggests I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she would discount for her next project payment." Nana told me we'd have a separate deal for our new model clients. Deal she earlier said. I listened to her, offered a deal above. She said she wanted to make some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that include all work. No, it do be fair, but okay, can I ask for Demon Cinder figure EA deal? She had an equal say in what she wanted when they went back and forth. If you knew all along you could manipulate Nana to do what you wanted, why didn't they just do that? Didn't refuse to pay. Absolutely open to exclusivity, like payments. After what happened, I was told to now agree she want to work with Silver. We continued working like we always did. Red never told me about Bao and Cotton. I didn't tell Cinder and everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with how all the business discussions with Nana would through me. Even if she did later, it would be long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keep her Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name either since I didn't know how she'd react. I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. See, like if you had said something, part of these problems would have been nipped in the bud. Maybe you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be having to deal with my voice hurting so goddamn much. Shortly after the deal was made, with Nana, he told me about it. Red messaged Artist 1 about thoughts and agreement. I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from. If agreeable, think about giving them the same names like given Nana. They told me recently they started working with Bao and they had worked with Silver in the past. Sinner and I didn't talk about any names to give to Artist 1 because Silver didn't like Cinder and I had something against Bao now. I considered Bao and Silver competition. Artist 1 didn't know either our thoughts about those two, unlike what I told Nana. I didn't bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with Artist 1. This was the third out of 4 times with 3 different artists. Next day, Artist 1 said read a document that laid out everything in the agreement. Okay, you went over the agreement to go over. Posted in a project server. Nana canceled the exclusivity deal with Red a month after so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nana's document, only my DMs with her. Nana faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on our word, and Silver didn't lose out on any projects with Nana because of her contract. Nana couldn't keep her word on the deal because she agreed to because Silver asked for a commission. Alright. I think Silver was the tipping point. I don't know why she agreed to the deals. She had no problem working with me, exactly what she was doing uh, with Silver. Weeks later, I never got confirmation that she consulted Bao. Now, messaged me the next day about her walking back on the deal. He already talked to her about canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Khan. Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity. And now got tired of hearing about Silver and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red and I going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons. I was content with now working on what she wanted and didn't hold it against her like always. When the now messaged me about the statement about a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silver. I was upset, and my initial messages were very guilt trippy. Wasn't going to force Nana to do anything so she wasn't okay with, and tried reinserting her. I was okay with her decision. Okay, certain Bao or Cotton in DMs. On our project server, Red was telling Nana about her next model plans after my sleepy outfit debuted. Red saw Nana working on a new model for Lily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. I'd asked her about the projects like I would any other time. She gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that like Lily getting a model was possibly related to how she was treating Cinder lately. Then I saw Red and told me uh, like Red and he told me about Nana working on a model for Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nana about her or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we were both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Lily the way she was treating me, and the fact that she was working with Nana, similar to how things were going with Silver. I didn't agree in my mind. Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything. This would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. God, why does my throat hurt so much? I need to use the restroom. What is going on? It hurts so much. Next day. Okay. Next day, Red went back to Nano, asked about the Lily again, told her what I experienced with her. Those the last messages Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs or project server. I had no idea of the conversations until the document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I experienced with Lily at the time is explained in her section. In the apology, I had no idea there was a conversation about Lily recently between Red and Nana until reading her document. It's true, I had confided in Red that lady I haven't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong. But that was as far as it went. He took it upon himself to try digging for more info. I didn't share any of this or conversation above with Cinder because there was in anything super meaningful and pressing I thought she needed to know about. Follow up with Nana about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks. Really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder. I didn't lie about anything I said. Me saying ever since after V Card launch was because then was the last time I remember them collaborating and talking with each other. Like I said after, I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then. This is the only time I ever said anything about to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time was working with our model artist, and yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no other reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did between the conversations. I stay informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way. It's never been a problem with her. I say we have to stay competitive. as in general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even as even when we shouldn't have to with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. It wasn't as if either of us had a problem with Lily or treating her different for no apparent reason. These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why. If she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't just ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nana about not working with Lily or canceling her model. She already started, and I had no intention to. This was the last message in my DMs with Nana. She never replied, never messaged me to talk about things for her document privately. My project I wrote Nano has never come to me. It's also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issues he had with either of us or determine our partnership. Our partnership was terminated before the document was posted, but not by her. 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working on us due to burnout and explaining why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband, Mio. So him being replaced and Nano coming to a decision out of nowhere made no sense. Was never added to this chat. I wasn't even aware of it happening till the day after when Red talked to me about it. Red added me to this chat originally because it's the first time I'd ever been in contact with this person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat, and Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone. I was apparently made the group owner, and Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Akira messaged this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanolist Commission, showing that I didn't make this group chat or initiate the conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira describes, she never showed anything remotely similar to Nano. I was always excited for her projects, including just days before this. I immediately accepted this decision if this was Nano wanted, but my comment saying Nano's a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, but because she was in the chat at the time, I asked Akira more questions, tried to speculate on some kind of timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with again, since this threw off our plans for the year. Then I specifically asked if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout. Thinking my conversation about Lily could have had something to do with this. I was reassured there was burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know it's right to suspect this. I didn't want to move on from Nano, said we could wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. I first told Cinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. The reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. Nano showed no signs of burnout, ready and willing to take the next project. And the last thing Nano said to Red, she showed no signs of being burnt out either. The last time Nano implied she was burnt out in any way was in September, when she canceled a bunch of projects over 7 months earlier. After Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and I didn't know where to go from there. And Akira asked for Nano not to be contacted, and despite anything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me things would be okay and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing I could think of as to why Nano would come to this decision. Without saying anything at all, I canceled my Fansly stream I was supposed to have that night. Okay. Here's my post on Fansly. I'm not linking to it directly because Fansly is an NSFW site. Yeah. Yeah, it is. later, Red messaged Akira if this was truly what Nana was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us about it, we accepted her decision. She didn't give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together and said someone we never said goodbye for her. Last message above was 5 days before she posted her document. Fred and I were together when Nano posted her document. Okay, she was the first one to post around this time. Red sent a DM saying Nano please, but deleted right after. I messaged her asking if can we talk, but deleted it too. She moved as a friend on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. Okay. Alright. What where are we now? That should be 258. I think that's the number. Bao has always been a great friend to me. I couldn't owe up to being a terrible friend when I wrote my apology and neglected Bao, the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle is so much I couldn't explain my apology about what happened to Red and I over Bao that was presented below. Because of Red's resentment, my partner's opinion about a friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict. I never tried to talk to Bao about this because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and my other friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry to make her feel unwanted. Like I said, you overworked yourself and focused too hard, so then your social skills declined. Obviously, it was going to cause you to fuck up somewhere, and this is what it caused. Like, if something major happened because of this to Bao, you would have felt even worse because you would have thought it would have been on your hands because of the way you treated her. Like, this is how certain uh, isekai situations can start. I knew Bao had a model planned. I was excited to see how I saw how excited she was about the model, but I didn't do anything to try to help her. I was under the impression this is what Nana wanted. Bao was recovering from surgery when she told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nana or Shy Lily or any other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public. But I believe she was misinformed. I wish she could have talked to me first, but I don't hold that against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve the courtesy back. Thank you. Thank God. At least you're that self aware about that. Thank goodness. Okay. I never. Val was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. Val was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 20. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She's worked extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music, which is with how much bullshit she's been through. She's one of the strongest people I've ever met. Val is the kind of person who will always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry I didn't do the same for her and never being the friend she deserved me to be. Alright. You're sorry to Val. You completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions toward her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too mature to look past my personal resentment toward her to talk about the things that made me feel this way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and took an opportunity away from them who had only heard us in my own head canon. I also wanted to apologize to Val for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel our model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it affected us, not Val. I'm sorry. Thank you, Red. Thank you. I just. Oh, this is gonna be long. How many? How many pages? Before I laid out everything. Alright, video editor. The same quotations. Red talked to the video editor about exclusivity. Took them, well, I took them working with Bao personally when I shouldn't have. Thought it must have been because my content wasn't good enough or as good as Bao. In this case, I thought he could be I wasn't paying them enough, so we were looking for other work. I was upset, but not at her. She was my friend. Red wanted them to have the time to do money more for us in general, so he wanted to ask them. Alright, we were satisfied with the response and accepted the decision. Yes, Red and I were introduced. When Bao hired my editor, I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as maybe my content wasn't good enough or like I wasn't paying enough for his work. I accepted it. It was happy for him for getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time. Red asked Nana about her current projects. Yeah, we've been over here. Nana about the model timeline, where the model design came up. Okay, so I'm assuming a lot of stuff is going to be repeated, so I have to skip over it, but I am reading it. Bao messaged Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf for the Halloween cover album. This is the first and only time she went to Red in their DMs to plan something with me. She first told Red this song would be a duet. She messaged Red again later, told him that Nomi was involved. Red asked me about this. He told Bao, said I was down to do it. I also said she could have messaged me about it. I don't know why, like she didn't. Red asked her to clarify if it would just be the two of us, like she said, or three of us. Bao never responded. 3 days later, messaged me to add to the project server for the song. First, she said about it. Red never told about anything about New Me. Only told me it would be a duet when talking to me about it. New Me being included wasn't a problem at all. The three of us did the cover together. Okay. Okay. Red asked Nana if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut. Okay, that's a lot of the stuff we went over. Yeah, cancel the model because she wanted to stream more. Yes, we went over this. Second time, talk to the exclusivity. Nothing to do with Bao, offering a raise. This was the day of the last one-on-one club with Bao. She asked me to make clay animals. We ended up making VTuber mascots. I was happy, but I wanted to do something artsy together since I already did my own crafting streams. I wasn't able to do handcrafting collabs with other VTubers very often. Bao released her original song, Natural Disaster, featuring our other friends around her. event here was because I watched Belle on her stream, either on the day the song was released or sometime in a couple of weeks before then. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, time consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, that she would rather work with V singers from now on who knew what they were doing and could match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about live on stream. I couldn't find an archive VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think about viewed her friends and how I felt about it. You should have at least went to her and asked for clarification, because I've had like instances where something clearly happened, but like I can't prove it happened. I can't prove it wasn't a hallucination either. So I and ended up judging someone for it, and it ended up poorly in the long run. Not because I treated them worse, it's because like I never said or did anything for or against them when I could have at any point, and now like I might not have been distant from them in the current like point I am right now. At the same time, Bao knew when I was working on a She Wolf cover, Red told me this and made me anxious about the song, but I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any serious singing experience. I wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she asked me to be a part of this, and I wanted to do my best for her. Three things happened at TwitchCon last year, for my opinion. First was night they went to dinner somewhere nice. Bao never showed up. First chance they had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. One of her friends was telling them working on a song with Bao. Bao asked about having a music video going along with it. A song this friend was making with Silver at the time was planned to have a music video, but we weren't planning on having one for the song Bao. They said Bao got upset with him, guilt tripping over the decision. Last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up being sick and saved hand. In the group chat, they were figuring out to eat. Bao said she wanted to go somewhere fancy. She wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together. There were still caveats. She had to just spend time with friends. Neither Cinder or had access to that group chat anymore. Okay, so then the boss rush incident happened. Zach. Two things happened in a trip. Okay, Bao got mad at one of their other friends for something at a restaurant with a rude owner. He yelled at the little friend that did nothing wrong. They confided in Cinder and I after and were very upset, but it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is. Everyone got together for Canadian Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. Since it's a few days earlier, last night, Bao never showed up. She was on her way. Then sometime later, she said, "Never mind, she's not coming." We're all aware the last time we see each other before 25. Okay, so she came off poorly. Then that colored your thoughts towards her. Okay. Red message Zach again about the boss rush thing. All their DMs are, of course, put in here. Offered to pay double because it's a tight deadline. Alright. Because he's one of the one or two best you know. Only one who could probably do the deadline. Sent Zach the merch assets as soon as they were given. For transparency, 14 timestamps totals, with somewhere cut off between the two screenshots. New music. Okay, Bao commented on the song. Alright. Yeah, Yeah, it was petty of you to do that towards a friend showing support. That's just rude. Like, if any of my friends showed me support for anything I do, I just shout them out. Like they didn't have to say anything about me or how I'm doing. Sometime between these dates, Val started a group chat with Red and I. We were both removed from the group, so we didn't have access to what was said. But as far as I remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was adamant about not wanting to plan something, so we didn't. Val's never messages before. This was right after Boss Rush. I wasn't opposed to doing anything, but the timing was suspicious. Saw I was trying to gain something, so I brushed it off. Stress Cinder is a lead singer. Okay. 11 days after the music video, Red message sad about another project in February. Okay, so he won't be working with you, working exclusively with Bao, but Red got in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened. Seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He's very passionate about Boss Rush and potential future projects around it. But he told us without an MV editor, as silent as Sack, that future projects wouldn't have the same height, so he created the hedge canon that laid out in those DMs. Alright. Everyone loved what Sack made. Going back and forth about all of this. They're close friends, they work together on projects. Video editor gave the same reasons for Sack's decision as he did. I should have taken as fact by then, but I didn't. Still thought it's something else. Okay, so someone flat out told you the truth, but you didn't believe it because you wanted to believe your headcanon. Okay, that makes you the asshole. And God, I need to use the restroom again. Fuck. Okay. Alright. So tell me about going exclusive. Alright, one punch prioritize its position as a VTuber video editor for a significant amount of time. Message that made you suspicious. Okay, so you had confirmation bias. Alright, there's an explanation for confirmation bias. It's a whole mental thing. It's why so many people get into so many arguments on Twitter because of their confirmation bias and their idiots. Another thing that wasn't mentioned up to this point was that what Bao thought of her own music drop last year. She would publicly talk in her Discord to her about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did was performing well. Guilt tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them due to low viewer counts, ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. Okay, that just seems like normal depression. Like you shouldn't have taken that as content brain. Well, you thought the only ones she considered successful were the ones with her friends, then that anyone else other than you would have thought that she was simply depressed that she didn't spend time with her friends and she liked hanging out with her friends. That those were bright spots in her day. I don't know. Okay, you were banned from Bao's Discord server, so you don't have any evidence. I don't know if Bao's messages about this still exist, but I know there's plenty of Baoable buddies out there who would remember this. Okay. Cinder's birthday last year when her, Bao, and her friends were playing jackpot games together. Cinder was streaming, he invited them all to play. Bao was streaming on her own end at first, but abruptly ended not long after starting. I checked her Discord server to see anyone know what happens. She said her CCV was too low to keep streaming. No one cared about watching her. Okay, she's trying to, her community trying to encourage her and support her. Okay, so it wasn't the only time. Okay, now it really is starting to seem like depression, probably caused by the whole content thing. Yeah, and I could blame other things, but it really is starting to sound like depression with her ranting in her server. She was struggling with unhealthy work-life balance like us. She wasn't enjoying content creation. Feeling she was too focused on the numbers and what she did was never good enough. Okay. Jaw pain in a tweet. Okay, so something you hadn't considered, nothing to do with your opinion or actions. Okay, so she has a debilitating condition that affects like using her mouth a lot. This plus content brain based depression does explain a lot of the instances she had with other people that colored your opinion that led to a lot of this negative instances with Bao. So I get it. Like from her perspective, it's just she has a condition. Like she's not that secret about it with her friends. So everyone should have known about this and pretty much just assumed that whatever the condition was, it just flared up again, and she had to like do something else and like not take it too personally, and just assume that the excuse she was using to cover for it to be like polite and not talk about like your health issues out in public was just that, because apparently it's wrong to talk about your health issues or to make statements about physical, mental, financial health that is considered way too negative. This is what my boss at my day job has told me. Like, if I talk about that stuff, I'm going to get fired. So I just don't talk at work, and now it's actually affecting my voice. And yeah, I don't know. I've had a lot of mouth and like throat injuries over the years, so like my voice kind of sucks. And like taking the vocal training to have like a better sounding voice for streaming is hard to remember to keep doing it, but I have to. Wow, it's what, almost almost 5 and I'm still not done. Okay. Alright. Crossroads song came out. Bao was upset with her own music performance. Cared about like numbers. Saw her friends how well the song was. Her musically inexperienced friendmate was doing. She was also found our video editor Sack made it. They made her upset. Alright, she also turned. Okay, that's your head canon. Since there was times before this, I thought Bao could be whiny or pushy. I never said anything against her before. Now I was convinced she was selfish. Alright. So things that were never a problem became an issue because you thought she was jealous and being an a-hole. Okay. You thought like everyone else was just crazy and it's going, that's just how Bao is. Like, so what she made up in your head and her own personality rubs you the wrong way. Huh. So you forgot that the guy that you made the video with told Bao that you were making the video with him. All right. Yeah, it was his like choice to do so, and you shouldn't have distrusted him. And being hostile in the messages, even if like what you believed was true, actually was true, was the wrong thing to do. Argument with Red. Red came up with his theory and brought it to me. There was a verbal conversation, so I had no evidence of it. Only events around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure editor just to hurt us. I was upset, but not even work with Saki again too. But I told him we just found a new editor. When we confronted with her actions over the past few times I saw her, said they weren't a big deal. Red was persistent and went through his evidence over and over till I got mad too. I caved on the YouTube comment. I understood what he was saying to me, but I didn't agree with his conclusion. I was already stressed out because my new model debut in 3 days, hosting a VTuber Awards pre-show the day before that, and then a Fansly announcement, and another thing I was nervous about doing at all. And now Red was telling you that he knew one of his friends personally done this to me. I finally told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told me to ask Bao about him, but I told him to since he was the one with the problem. I had a collab with another friend's channel the next day that included Bao. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute because she was involved after I had already made the announcement on my Discord server earlier. I didn't want to hear it, got upset, just went to bed from the stress of anything because of our fight. I was asleep and missed the Okami sequel announcement. I treated about it when I woke up. Neither of us talked about any of this, even after just days earlier she started a group chat with us both. It was my fault for never trying to clear things up when I had the chance. I just wanted this to go away and keep the peace between me and my friends. Okay, yeah, like not liking confrontation is fine, but this was a problem that you could have solved and you fucked up. Like you have to take accountability for that. At the same time, you did like tell him to go confront her about it because he was the one with the problem. So technically, yes, a larger part of this was Red's fault. But when you But when you clearly saw that he wasn't doing the correct course of action, you should have let Bao in on the loop to know what was going on, or at least asked if he had said anything or talked to her yet. And he's like, essentially, you didn't check in on either side, or didn't like try to make sure that the peace was happening. Essentially, you messed up, and now everyone is getting hurt because of it. An apology said it wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up, letting it spiral. Okay, you were still friendly, so you were still cordial and professional, but you still did all the things you did because you were being a petty little bitch, Red. That is the problem. Okay, so you were at a friend's collab with Bao. Bao messaged apologizing for something that happened on stream. You didn't see the message because of everything that was going on that weekend. You replied to after the EACA pre-show was over. Thought about saying something to Bao about what Red said, but didn't because you didn't want to start over anything over what you believe was nothing, and you have a hard time talking about things with like in general. You are mad, trusted Bao, mad at Red, made a new debut. Artist 1 told Red that they were working with Bao. Okay, so yeah, so you had your confirmation bias. Alright, Zach made his exclusivity announcement. Alright. Alright, so Zach wanted to be put under as anonymous. Okay, then Zach reopened his commissions again. Alright. So Nano, like in the Nano section, about Artist 1, about the video editor. Okay, these pages are repeated. Alright, repeated pages. Like, yeah, they're for emphasis, but they just come off as uh, needlessly repeating yourself. God, my health, like, really is being sucked away while doing this. Last messages in the DM with Bao, being a bad friend, compromising. Right, so you pressured you to not interact with her professionally anymore. I was going to agree with that. I didn't want this to cause problems between us at home. But I was a friend that lived across the country. I only saw every few months, and I really didn't do things often with. I lived through dread, so I just chose to do just enough to keep the peace, finding a middle ground. I didn't plan with anything with about one-on-one, which we already did. I didn't rate her in a few times I was able. Didn't retweet art with of us together on my NSFW Twitter account. I didn't want to include anything bow and anything unless bossless related either, including collabs. In group activities with her, I still interact and collab with Bao like always. I was one of the six of us that often took the initiative and tried planning things for all of us to do together. Okay, so really, Red could be a bit of a control freak, but then again, he's also a manager. You didn't talk about outside of your friends group chat unless you messaged first. But the same was already true for her before my disagreement. And with all of our friends for a long time. Like I explained in the accountability section of this document, besides the group chat, this section was boss rush. Okay. Looking for a fourth person. Red would suggest Yuzu. Her involved would lead up to a new song. Okay. Yeah, with all the work you were doing and like with your and Bao's friends without ever really including Bao, it obviously became evident that you were kind of neglecting her. And yeah, this is. I swear to God, I've seen this tweet live and reacted to it live. Yeah, and I've had those situations before. So people have seen both sides, but you both neither you nor Bao actually talked to each other, and because you didn't like confide about what was going on with Red, Bao didn't know what was going on with Red, and Bao didn't know like Red's major involvement in why you were doing the things you were doing. So clearly she would get the wrong impression. Clearly you were being the bad friend because just because bros over hoes like is usually a male thing, it's not just a male thing, it's an everyone thing. Like a good friend is better than a bad partner. A good partner is better than a bad friend. Like that's all there is to it. Blood is thicker than water, but water is can be still be more useful than blood. Like if you stuck by your friends and did the shonen protagonist thing, you likely wouldn't have been in half the mess you would have been now. Besides, like if you stuck closer to your friends, they could have like snapped you out of your delulu about many of the things that caused the issues that the documents were made about you to begin with. And a lot of them would have noticed your insecurities and probably would have helped you out because friends help each other. Okay, a message you sent to another friend at the end of December. Ironically, you didn't have healthy communication with your friends. You didn't open up or talk to them about difficult subjects. You never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on. Alright, and now we go to Numi, right? You messed up and hurt one of your friends. Again. This time it's Numi. You agreed to be part of a concert in NYC in February, but you let it down and canceled the performance. That's when the V Card launch date was delayed to a concert weekend. I put business over my friendship when I chose not to be there for when I could so I can be representing a company and streaming with Shiley, which I mistakenly planned the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her, all while preparing for her own concerts. Numi had producing an original song for me. I was asking a lot of her, but I wasn't doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner or a friend. Yeah, that's a dick move. You should have explained that you over planned on the same day and you had to do something. Then you could have either A, delayed it, or B, try to find a way to get all of it done in the same day. Like, it would have been hard. You likely would have lost a lot of sleep and had to drink a lot of energy drinks or like gamer subs or whatever it is you would use to stay awake and do all of it. But you could do it. You would have to then take a large like hiatus after, which could affect the entire planning schedule, but it could have been done. Like, this is a major oops on your part. Like, you were the bad friend here. Didn't bring this up before because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought it was settled at the end of January, probably between Numi and I. Though I expected to talk about it, when I didn't, it was used against me. Okay. The situation vaguely described the ideas. Alright. Everything's in Eastern Standard Time. Remove private information. Details and important messages are highlighted in yellow. So she brought the first concert for the first time to either of them. Asked if you wanted to perform. Red told her to message me herself since she's my friend. We don't remember if Red ever asked about this at the time because Numi said she would later on. There was never a message to Numi from Red, and I was getting back to her about this question. Numi messaged you. You don't remember a lot about the conversation? Okay. Numi messaged about the performance, saying I agreed to do it. She told her the set list was already done too. Ray was adamant about us being at the concert there from the start. It's the first message either of us about any kind of planning for the concert just a month before it. When Red asked, you were confused. You didn't remember telling her you would sing along her, especially since I felt about singing. Numi didn't mention before when she brought up the concert a month before messaging Red. I couldn't find any messages between us or any clips from recent codecs talk about it. I remember talking about her concert with her in person at some point. I guess I must have agreed to it on one of those trips together instead of trying to talk to Numi about the confusion causing problems. I just accepted it because whether I remember saying it or not, she had the impression I would perform. I really shouldn't have stayed quiet, but I didn't want to let Numi down. I never told her this. By the time I finally spoke about how I felt, how could I have? See, no, unhealthy communication right there. See, this is where you messed up. This is where you messed up. Numi never messaged directly. Okay, a V card collab with Shy Lily. Wanted to come closer with her. V card was something we both really excited about. The GS like part owner announcement is coming up, and doing something for the launch of a new game would be great for the brand. Red messages about the hotel. Okay, so they planned to do it the day after release, but then it got delayed. So you thought it would be like 2 weeks later than usual. So you probably forgot about the concert, and that's why it was both on the same day. Okay, so you had anxieties while performing with a live mic. You were trying to psych yourself up. You should have gone to Numi. Like, I agree, you should have gone to her about this. Like, I've had, like, anxiety about things before. It's just either you deal with it or you face it head on. And you did neither. You ran away, and that caused problems. Okay, so you were talking to Numi about matching shirts. You weren't able, it hadn't decided you were going to be able to perform. You didn't say anything. She didn't ask about what Red said earlier. A few days later, you chose not to perform. Okay, 19 days before the concert, nearly 3 weeks before the show. Too anxious to get up on stage and sing for the live mic. This is the biggest reason I made the decision not to do the show. The only time was like in WeebCom, I performed in full cosplay while pre-recorded Army singing played over the speakers. I almost pulled out of that show a week before because of the thought I had to sing live. One Track Mind told me this concert had to be sung live, especially supposed to be singing alongside Numi. I didn't consider any other options to work around. I'd never been confident in my singing abilities. I've been singing it for years. Every time I record a song, I'll do a dozen different takes for each verse, and then I'd have Red listen to them all and pick out the ones he thought were the best. It was only after I heard my vocals mixed into a song did I think it sounded alright. Although I've done karaoke many times with my friends, this is a completely different scenario. Definitely afraid of singing live in front of a crowd for fans for what would have been my first time doing it. Didn't want to make a public appearance on stage while being cosplay. My cosplay takes up a lot of space when I travel, mostly for the tail and the wig. The only way I would have been able to get the thing there is if we drove. Red didn't want to drive. I was worried about anyone following me concert after we left. Even though I'd been most comfortable on stage wearing everything, I would have been okay with just wearing my singlet by myself. Didn't fix my problem singing live. I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert itself, and that pulling out wouldn't have made that much of an inconvenience. As far as either of us knew, there wasn't any songs planned for me to do just yet. And set list was done in December. Alright. I didn't think there was a problem to fill in for one and three songs got in set lists. Red told me that Numi is sure mentioned for pressure occupied performer even go to concert 3 days before this. This further idea that my guest performance wouldn't have been that integral to the concert. It was okay if I pulled out. Kept pushing off making a decision because of the anxiety versus the stress of letting her down. Should have made the choice sooner and messaged her yourself. Yes, you should have. You you were being pathetic. I don't know what to really say about this. This is school play level bullshit. But you recognized that you had a problem and you fixed it, or you were going to fix it, because this document is not enough. You were a bad friend to two people, so you have to do your hardest to actually regain their trust and fix the problems you've started with them. If they'll even let you do that. Like, this isn't enough to make an apology. Like, this is pirate softwaring all over the place. An actual apology is actually saying the words, meaning it sincerely, and then doing the work to prove that you are what you say you are. Like, apologetic and willing to do the work. Okay, so GS, VCarb, and Lily had nothing to do with it. The collab was not scheduled in time. No way. I was trying to sabotage the concert. You made the owner announcement on Twitter. With this title, I now felt I had more responsibility. You felt pressure by no one other than yourself to prove that you were the right choice. Alright, so the only other person you knew that had this level of position was Lily. She was pretty much the face of it. So you thought it's a perfect opportunity. There's obviously money to be made, but you're focused on making the most of the launch weekend to show the passion and dedication to the company and their new project. So you thought like doing the collab. Okay, so the song you pushed it back. Okay, so you went to the day after, like the original. So you thought about the time and you went go for however long you want. Okay, so you really did like forget when the concert was, and that caused you to mess up. So there wasn't a train to NYC that left late enough to stream and get to the concert in time. Said he would support whatever I decided. You chose your career over your friend. Okay, so you thought it'd be similar to calling out on work to go to a friend's weekend birthday trip. You took your job seriously even before serious streaming. After becoming part owner, you took this title seriously. You put expectations on yourself that not even the company did. The collab could have been rescheduled. There was no obligation, and it was like it was your idea. Lily agreed to it. The only thing stopping from rescheduling was the importance you put on being present for the launch weekend. The pressure you put on yourself in the position. The collab itself wasn't the main reason. So, like Red telling Numi was okay if we didn't go was also a factor. And it was just Numi being Numi. It really did mean a lot to her. So, okay. You didn't tell Charlotte about the concert. See, if you had told her about the concert, she might have been able to help you out, like, even, like, better, and you would have actually been able to get there, perform. Oh my god. Miscommunication. Miscommunication. That's the name. That's the magic word for today. Miscommunication. Oh my fucking god. Like, sure, I don't always tell people things. Like, when I do tell people things, I tell them the truth. But if I don't tell people things, I don't tell people things, and I try to do it myself. Usually, it's because if I go to certain people, it becomes a whole other thing, and then like it just doesn't get done. But in this situation, it was a major thing that you needed, and you needed help. You legitimately needed help with a major thing and you couldn't figure it out. If you went to other people for help on this, all of it would have been solved. There was multiple times where you could have said something or done something and this would have all been solved. This is like this is one of the biggest fuck ups I've ever seen. Like this isn't even like miscommunication. This at this point, this is borderline incompetence. Like I don't want to say anything, but like as someone who can be reasonably considered a result of Tylenol and all that, and takes my meds, girl, you need meds. Like you fucked up. Like way too much to be considered standard like hardware and software like operating fully in any situation. Like the fuck is wrong? God. Oh, there's the garage door again. Alright, super late, feeling super stressed and guilty, which you should be. You never felt that you could take times off. Yeah, you made your feelings public. You've never been able to open up about feelings like anxiety, self-esteem, or insecurities. Never even tried to go to Numi and talk things out sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her. Yes, yes, you were a major dumbass. A major dumbass. I didn't even tell her about the collab with Lily because that wasn't the main reason. And up until 2 days earlier, I was always coming to her concert. I didn't want her to get the impression I was choosing Lily over her. I told her that the announcement didn't make the splash I thought it would. This was such a major and massive accomplishment. It felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care. This made me put more pressure on myself to take the opportunity to do the best to prove to the company that I deserved the ownership in the first place, leading to the decision. Like, when I told Numi about it, I said for full transparency, I had made plans to collab with Lily the day after V-Card's launch date, which would have been the 18th, but because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible to be able to make it to the late train. I thought it was clear by what I said that I was the one who made the plans, not Lily. So when I said I didn't really know how to tell her no, I wasn't blaming Lily for the collab I planned, but I didn't understand how it could. But I understand how it could read that way. Was not okay when I wrote this message. What I meant was I didn't really know how to tell her no. The collab isn't happening anymore, or that I didn't know how to cancel on her. My intention was not to somehow avoid blame, pin anything on Lily, to save my ass, as she put it, as if she was the entire reason I made the choices I did, when the rest of my message shows I accept fault for my mistakes. Again, I didn't even mention Lily originally, saying I felt pressure to live up to what Lily was not me blaming Lily either. I was explaining myself. The bar Lily set was something I wanted to reach for the company and community. Now that I had the same part owner position, I put this pressure on myself. It's what led to me making the mistake of choosing business over my friend. I felt so bad I was willing to try getting on stage with New Meats for at least one song and just reschedule my collab with Charlie to be there sooner. I was willing to do anything to try to make this right. I never said the collab was something I couldn't miss. Despite what I did, New Meat just accept my apology. It took me almost 2 hours to say anything else before I broke down. All the stress I've been under and guilt hit me after reading the message. The whole situation was a wake up call for how I always bottled everything up and what my priorities should be. I couldn't let something like this happen again. Oh God, now there's something in my eye. God, I feel this, but like still, I am legitimately mad about all the incompetence and like bad communication. Now I was anxious about seeing Numi, knowing that I hurt her. I didn't want to bring the mood down if she felt weird about seeing me a few days. Overthinking everything. This was not a way for me to manipulate my way out of the situation. I messaged her again when I collected myself a few hours later to figure out our plans. This conversation I had a day of our collab in the concert. The first message was about a mistake I had that I explained in Lily's section. After our collabs, I told her what was going on at the concert for the first and only time. Ren and I made it to the concert in time. I was part of the off collab did in the hotel room the following day. I wrote a matching shirt, spent the rest of the time. They were friends. I was planning to be at next concert, if not both of them. I was going to let Numi down again. These two shows happened at the end. Yes? Give me a moment. Shit, someone's calling me. Yes? I'm back. Oh god. It's cold outside now. The weather weather change is really hitting, and I had to go get the trash because the garbage man came. Okay, so the stuff in July. Right, how many of this is left? Okay, one, two, three, four, five, six. Six things left. Okay, so it's now about Lily. Alright, okay. Lily was a friend, but I never been close with her. Wanted to get her to know her better because how close she was to my other friend. She was always someone I looked up to, saw her as a role model. And as of this year, potential business partner, I wanted to live up to who she's been for the VTuber community. And she has, now that I had the same title. She's only an example of VTuber in that position before me and set the example for what a part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her, envious of what she had. I didn't see her as my competition at any point. Since October, we've been messaging back and forth in DMs, leading to interactions before and during the fee card collab. For the second half of March, she started replying to the message. It's not odd to get busy missed messages. I was guilty of that all the time to too many people. It's out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I canceled. Alongside her, seemingly dodged collabs we both were a part of, enough putting reactions to me rating her. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such high regard. Lily didn't have her own document about me, didn't say anything until after I did, but she was the first one Nano contacted about any of this and was involved the entire way through. Lily pulled everyone else together to organize, plan, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation. Her live failed reply to my apology was the final nail in my coffin. Her actions showed she clearly had something against me for now and he said anything and she couldn't take accountability and admit to until I was ready in the ground. She said she wanted her own section, so here it is. I show and explain everything I was explaining with Lily for the couple months leading up to what happened since it's relevant to understand what Red told on those messages. I won't be repeating things that included Lily in the previous section about VCAR in this session. Click right up before the release in the game, the collab. Okay, finally, no more repeats. Still, okay, I need to talk about this because I made a mistake. I knew it, except Lily, even she couldn't admit it to me. So we were planning to stream launch day as for the exclusive unboxing streams, so we weren't stepping on toes. So Red gave GS a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked about the cards in the previous streams. Since the questions were stated to be from my community, it wasn't, and I wasn't told that this information was confidential and couldn't be shared. It's okay to for me to tell my answers, the answer to the question on my stream. The stream was the day before the game's launch day, and no info had been released about what's going on, how things would work, what things were priced on. The information I gave made it onto the GS or VCard subreddit and into like Discord server, both citing me specifically as a source. Right after stream ended, GS sent me updated info about the box prices. Like the day VCard launch, like Lily talked about how angry and annoyed she was about card info being leaked early, including if her correct info. Know she claimed she didn't know who leaked information, saying I guess people were just excited to be the ones to spread stuff before me. Of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5, which I was only updated about after the stream ended. The only thing I advertised that I assumed to be the case, but was wrong about, was view card being available 20 minutes early on GS app. All their drops were consistently like this for a long time, but it was only on VCard's launch date it read. I find out this was discontinued. Everything else was correct, but I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to say anything about it. Lily said that official sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself, and the GS and VCard Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official course, she said no, I was a part owner now. I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given information directly from the source, thought it was okay to make public. I thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had. My motivation wasn't to be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just a day before the game launched. Instead of leaving them in the dark, I gave them the answer to the questions I had asked on their behalf. As a new part owner, people were looking to me for answers about the cards. I thought I was doing the right thing. I informed them I was wrong to do so, made a mistake. I made sure to correct the info I had run on a stream on launch day. Okay. So you fucked up, and yeah, this was a major fuck up. You should have asked a little bit more, like if there was an NDA or like the proper procedure for going about this. So there's that. So yeah, things could have that would be very bad. And messaged League apologized for what I did after what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier. I was making an effort to be more open about things. Lily avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info or admitting who I was. I was who she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared an incorrect price, and it was the one mistakenly advertising the early drop pre-orders. And they're supposed to cite me as the source of all this leak information. Lily knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be the one to spread stuff before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad about me. And yeah, and she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this. Well, yeah, because it's healthy communication and actually addressing like problems and taking accountability. Like for a lot of people, that takes real massive cojones to do so, and from that one account, it proves that you're capable of taking accountability and proving that you're sorry through actual work. So, yes, this would count as proving that you actually have what it takes to be an apologetic person. Hopefully, we can breeze through all of this so I can focus on something else. Because, yeah, I'm finding I am not good about drama. I am very much someone who hates it now. Another conversation which is a couple weeks later, we asked him for to clarify what is and isn't able to be shared publicly going forward about what happened during the card launch. I told him there was not really a certain source the launch it was supposed to come from. The very last collab, was a few days after the car launch collab. First time either of us messaged us since the collab on February. Asked if she wanted to play Split Fiction. It was a long game that we would have been able to bond over while getting to know each other better. She would said she'd pass on the game and that was fine. Then I asked Numi who was also available. She told me Yuzu was interested and I'd have you play through the game with her. The last time Lily and I spoke, she reached out to me about disconnecting problems she was having with OBS, trying to fix my own disconnecting problems, or what made me move back with my parents before this conversation. After this, there were two different repo collabs Lily and I were supposed to be a part of. This is when I thought things started to change. This was the first collab. It was really supposed to be on the 15th, but it was scheduled to the 21st. She was supposed to be there, but she decided to cancel last minute due to a Bikini Bottom collab she was going on that day. I understood, just like everyone else, this alone wasn't a problem. Second, never happened, but was being planned in the group chat. Lily was added to the chat, but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in the chat directly before she was removed. These are all the messages here. It never went anywhere after this. From then, these are the rest of my DMs. It was a little bit before I explained them in other events that were happening. I messaged her a day after the above collab and having the cards rules were announced and the tabletop sim version was revealed. I thought she would love the idea of playing together. The advertisers show off the new stuff for the game. It would generate hype and renewed interest. After people were dissatisfied with the first edition game mechanics, it was an idea motivated by the business implications of it, but it was something to do together as friends because I thought we'd both be excited about it. It was benefits of both and the entire brand. I rated Lily. She greeted the raiders, didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you watched another 5 minutes after she moved on the stream, she did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, why she couldn't have said hi and thank me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had the exact time when this happened in Lily's defense. Like, with me, that somehow justified her actions. They impliedly ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Okay. Well, like, you damaged a lot of people's trust, and that takes a while to build back up, and clearly there's still a certain edge to the ways you say things. Again, you're lacking social skills, so it came across as something else when it wasn't. It's not your fault, but at the same time, you still have to do better. A week later, hadn't heard from Lily, messaged her again about playing a different game. I want to hang out since she wasn't able to make the past two collabs. Turned down about Split Fiction, so it's not like she hadn't done that before. Couldn't do that again. She didn't say hi or thank for the raid like you expect a friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to the raiders. Okay. Putting reaction. DM her again to bump what I said before. Still not hearing from her. I was convinced that some dud. Okay. I wasn't expecting an overtop reaction. Alright. Like, just because rated, just a hello and thanks for a raid, just like any other streamer, especially from someone who was a friend. Past Silver, who Ren and I knew had a problem with me purposely refused to say my rated her. She continually ghosted my messages, got a model from Nana at a specific time, yada yada yada. The specific experience with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led to both me believe that Lily had a problem with me for some reason. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. I'm out of water. Same day, Red saw Nano, we had it. crash out happened because of Fred's talking with Nano. Still hadn't heard from Lily, Bosca about previous DMs. Alright. Breakdown. Let's see what happens next. Okay. When you first started this, you thought everyone lied about you, Red and Nano, protect her, me. But as it came together, I was no longer convinced this was the case, and it made sense. All of Costa's friends maliciously and willingly lied to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe that happened that would connect all their lives back to one place. I just started this document. I was convinced there was two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after. Lily lied to an analyst about her own actions towards me, telling like she was being manipulated when she wasn't, under the excuse of manipulation that Lily gave to her. I believe Nano lied to everyone about her experience with Red, not to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. Okay. So, essentially, if what I am to believe here is correct, from your side of the things, with all the evidence shown, even if your theory is right, the truth of the matter, taking both sides into account, is that your lack of communication, in turn, gave Lily the idea that she was being manipulated by you, even if she was or wasn't, and she went to Nanolis about it, and Nanolis took this idea and, with hindsight being 2020, looked back on all of her conversations with you and Red and considered it to possibly be able to be colored under that very same brush. So they went to all of your friends about it to try to confirm or like their theory, and thus it ended with all these documents. So essentially, it all comes back to poor communication, general incompetence, insecurities, being a bitch about like your issues, and running away from the problem. Essentially, you were a bad friend to such a rate that it essentially gave plausible deniability that you were a complete and utter ass to everyone around you. And when everyone tried to gather evidence for or against it, they could only see things that could be colored against you. So essentially, you played yourself. Okay, so you believe your friends were manipulated by the last people they expect to be manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened or convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things these accusations are based on were really 5 to 8 months long, leading to my cancellation. They're operating under a different set of information than me, and they use what they already knew to jump to conclusions. So, pattern of behavior plus pattern recognition plus a differently colored tale of the events. Okay? So you'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolist, Bao, Shy Lily, and all their friends. Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots. Lily is the first person Nano could contact about Red's DMs. Red's messages to Nano and Bao were the heart of their claims. She's included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted her documents minutes after Nano. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Lily's knowledge of my private DMs about her concert. The other three girly pops, I don't believe they're a major part of the planning. Anything that happened had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help collaborate things the rest of them talk about. Buff, Pop, and the three other Vichy Bond members. Numi said that Buff and Newt were including the calls. She basically said she and a lot of other people were involved. Before things were made public, the file of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Sack had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of the 12 people, no one contacted me before anything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being involved on this list, although there are more people I suspect to have been at least aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document was involved at all in this planning beforehand, including Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Okay, so Cotton tweeted the screenshot with her name uncensored. Silvervale and Spite posted their own documents with Nano screenshots 14 and 18 hours after Nano, respectively. This is a timeline what happened. Start with Red's messages to Nano about Lily. Red saw Nano working on Lily's motto, Messenger. Red messaged Nano about Lily again, talked about her behavior. Last time Nano contacted, Nano showed Lily the things Red said. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Lily told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs. Lily told her to contact people affected, including Bao. Lily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all. There's speculation about it, whether Nano decided to show Lily more of her messages with Red herself, or Lily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else. I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Lily is unknown. Lily convinced Nano she is being lied to, used, and manipulated. Lily could have instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with both Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie, manipulate if she didn't. Well, it's out of context, and the content is whatever was in the messages. And since it's only a few days, and a lot of it is Red's fuck ups, yes, it would look like if you're saying things that are inside jokes, but can very much look like manipulation outside. Yes, someone would call the alarm on that. Like, it makes sense to call the alarm. So, like, I can agree with the speculation that she didn't have context or content, and it clearly looked bad enough that she didn't need to ask for any more verification, and took what she saw as what was clearly written in plain text, and made an actionable statement about it, and then it led to everything else. You messaged Boska, didn't hear about Lily. She was too busy to plan anything. Messaged Nano for the last time. She never replied. Akira shows up. Red messages Akira. Nano didn't. Oh my god, this is another 281 page section. Okay. Didn't message Bao. Lily did. They didn't need to talk. Bao told Lily she wasn't in the right headspace and wanted to wait till after surgery. It was rescheduled. They did not talk until Bao recovered from surgery. Nano could have messaged Bao about this, like Lily suggested, but apparently didn't. Lily was the one to reach out to tell her information why. Sometimes between their dates, when all my other friends were informed and got involved, a few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair. A friend and I was supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I didn't think Lily would have told any of this about them while on their trips between these dates. The last message between any of my friends was from Numi. It's uncharacteristically short. Okay, on our stream with the Fire VTuber, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. We all went to the said person and said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" They said, "I want to do this." And we said, "Okay, girl, like we get you, go do that and we'll be here to support it." The way Buff said this implies my friend all knew about what happened before the person who was affected. Bao was even involved because of her surgery. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly, because right after said they had asked the person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of the stream was made private a week or two after. I sent last message to Lily. She never replied. Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. Okay. Okay, Bao finally talked with Lily about what's going on. They made a group chat to gather evidence, collaborate stories, plan the documents. Sock was involved. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, knew about this before. Nano, Bao, and Sack's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Okay. Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by blocking us. The documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before the narrative about me was widespread out of at least fear, me manipulating my way out of it. Shortly before, Cotton, Silvervale, and Spike were contacted about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cotton one of the uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after, and Silver and Spike's documents posted the next day, including DM screenshots with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but by Lily, just like Pal was. You had your fight with Red. The documents and statements posted by others throughout 26th and 27th weren't planned alongside those three, so I won't list them here. Posted your apology. Bao replied. Shyly replied. Buff's Bao had a stream talking about everything. Buff had a stream. Lily had a stream. Numi had a stream. Everyone streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Okay, so you're wondering who Akira is. Very hard to believe they're actually now manager. So they're a game director. They follow Nano, but they don't say anything. interacted on Twitter. Mio is still on the profile. Momolex follows. Okay. Follows Akira. Okay. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's Camel Hearts. Momo is close friends with Nanao. Okay. So Momo's the only connection. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Fred had said to her. It was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano. Okay. So she went to her friends about advice for exclusivity. So she leaked some like art. Okay. Speaking to Lily about Red. Could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected with Akira to play the role as new manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know. Now we know Red's conversation wasn't genuine evidence about what happened after, but also the fact now removed evidence or had been chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader to leave a Discord group you own. You need to manually choose someone to be a leader. She did not choose her manager in his chat, supposedly about her missions. She chose Red to make it look like his group all along. She was never proud of it because the actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. Okay. So why was it done? I think over after Nano spoke to Lily. Nano avoided communicating directly with Red and I after that date. I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started with Lily told Nano about the things Red said. All lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be lucky at some point Lily would suggest her direct to separate from Red and I to avoid being further lied to or manipulated. Nano didn't need to find someone neither Red or I knew to separate us, and she couldn't do it herself the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, and Lily had to do it for her. Okay, so some of her screenshots are dated in two different time zones relative to Eastern Standard, some 1 hour ahead, some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots to show this, Nano's accounts would have to be physically logged into two different time zones when taking them beforehand. Nano would have no reason to have these conversations. Taking screenshots from conversations years apart and years earlier, already taken before Red spoke. Must have been taken sometime during the time as a conversation with Lily. This is first screenshot. Okay. Message in Reds. So if she was the one who took it all, it shouldn't exist. Yeah, that makes sense. The internet doesn't do things like that, so that means it wasn't just her, and you clearly say it. So 1 hour ahead, 2 hours ahead, 1 hour ahead. Full context in Red and Now's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt and Red's innocence. Nano's story in her document was the basis of any information of anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims. How could anyone come out and use her messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends, lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was truly what happened. Alright. So we're going over it piece by piece. Okay, so we covered the manipulation claims. She was never used. She shares her work. Nano never had a problem with gossiping about drama. She had no problem. The only person she got tired of hearing about was Silver. person red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao. Okay, we've gone over this. Like again, was an idiot and could have easily cleared up a bunch of this stuff, but he didn't, and so a lot of things that were wrong were from his perspective, and he was still wrong. Okay, we've seen Nano's section. Only time burnout's mentioned in the document, and it was reasoned with Akira. And then there was a September thing. Okay, so we have the full context, but it still thinks that it could be considered from what her context is. Assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me. There's not every single instance is true. An excuse for why this document is not written like Nano would, and evidence that she did not write or put it together herself. Okay. She's on record saying she doesn't care about Biles, so it's probably what she chose to do herself. Okay, spreading rumors. Alright. So, read about editor, too much work. Oh my god. Okay, screenshots. Okay, next screenshots from January. Okay. So, screenshots 5 months prior. Okay, we talked about the cancellations. And the thing about the documents. I think we've gone over these. Okay, these are showing that she wasn't overworked, or like what you guys asked her to do. Okay. Okay, so then there's red statement again. Red's model ideology should never have been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what he was talking about. He never forced her to agree with him. Both of us could have see and understand both sides of the argument, which is why he hasn't brought up since 23 until he went to her about exclusivity. Okay. So, more screenshots that we've seen. Okay, more about talking about the same things from the nano list section, but showing your like screenshots compared to her screenshots. Technically, this is rehashing, but I don't know. Message either state simply looking out for nano, not manipulated, gone after clients you didn't, unless you talk about red and nano's negotiations. Yes, that was guilt tripping. Okay. Yeah, there's your DMs proving that that statement was false. Okay. Red spoke for you all the time to lots of people because that's been his job as manager and you trusted him. But Red spoke for himself and for the brand. You didn't always agree. There's many times you had to walk things back. Alright, so more things about exclusivity. The more explanation about the it's just business. About silver. Okay, these are Red's words. Okay. So this is about the comparison issues and the insecurity. Okay, finally, something new. Okay, point out Nano screenshots present both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Lily and Bao, meaning someone helped Nano cover up information proving Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. Here's one screenshot, the bottom's cut off. The same screenshot from Bao, image of higher quality. The censorship's done differently. The bottom where now says the deal is fair as present. Nano's the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs with red to give the Bao to use. Even timestamps are the same. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, that means Nano showed them the full screenshot, but at some point after showing Lily, Bao, my friends, who decided to edit it in the document to crop out her calling it the affair, removing her guilt. Another example is of the image of red meshes by cotton. In Nano's document, the message is deliberately doctored out as if it was never existed. Nano has no relationship and is on record saying she didn't care about her, wouldn't have any reason to do this. But Bao's document shows the message and censors Cotton's name. It contains the message at the bottom, unlike the screenshot. I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in a screenshot from her document. So if my friends knew what the full screenshots shown here, but they were manipulating Nano's document before showing them the public, who did? At the very least, I know Nano's specific message calling their dear with red fair was seen by Lily, Bao, and my friends who were involved are not stupid. They would not have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision. Unless the first person contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, was the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all their claims to them. I believe with Lily already on her side, Nano lied about her experiences from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Lily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao? If Lily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Lily saw what Red had said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her friends about whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of it, my friends could have just been told by Lily and Nano what happened, and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story, jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences, especially in Pal's case, who was right after surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened, posting her document 2 days later, supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything and that no one has tried to contact me about this, may have been manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. Shit, where was I? Okay, so what was the motive then? Leak the messages. Okay, manager Kira told Ren. Okay, that's seen from the DMs. Nana was always treated well by us and was always excited to work on the projects. Reasonings in her claims were contradictory. Nana only leaked her DMs with Red after she talked to about Lily. Why was that her turning point if Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Lily? And why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come talk to me about it? Because she suspects Red was on her side for years of lying before she ever suspected Lily of doing any wrongdoing. So I believe Nana was curious about the things Red said about Lily and asked her about them. Lily lied to Nana about her own actions, told her she was being manipulated by Red. If we were to believe that Nana was so easily manipulated by my manager in conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber, Lily, throughout this whole ordeal? Nano betrayed Red's trust and to her after believing everything Lily said and willingly leaked more DMs to Lily for her opinion, or Lily asked now if there's more to see, there are no backing out now. She would go along with the events that came next and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from announced DMs could be made public without her cooperation. Her cooperation would have made sense if she wasn't also a victim. Lily, in lying to now, inadvertently gave her the excuse and the support she needed to blame all of her actions on Red and I without ever having to show for it. And now leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post her document was about self-serving self-preservation in the eyes of Lily, my friends, and the public at the expense of the people who supported her for years. So in the end, really the downfall here is Red said some fuck shit, and now thinking it was fuck shit, went to Lily for confirmation that it was fuck shit. Lily, had obviously the negative reaction and said something, so then more information was leaked, and then it snowballed to this point, okay? But none of this would have happened if someone didn't forget their social skills, wasn't incompetent, and wasn't completely stupid when it came to social interactions and had actual healthy communication. Like if you had fixed the instance with Bao and Red would have less things to complain about because his misconception would have been fixed and he wouldn't have attached the same idea to Lily, and so he wouldn't have said anything about Lily, and now wouldn't have gone to Lily about it, and you would have had less problems if you had talked to Lily about the thing with Numi and everything that was going on. Everything would have gone perfectly fine. Like the crash out wouldn't have happened, and you would have been in less situations. So really, all of it is still on you. Even with this apology and full documentation, it is still majorly your fault because you had poor communication skills. You had poor communication skills and general incompetence, which led to the crash out of everyone else around you because of how you were perceived by everyone else around you because of your poor communication skills, that you couldn't notice what you were doing. You hurt people on accident or on purpose. I do not believe Nano wrote her own document. Whoever did manipulate the information Nano had and wrote maliciously about me. Nano then presented it to the public, and the real author kept her hands clean. Nano's document itself states she did not write or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact that Nano's CMs are typed completely differently to how her document is written. Her document states that with Bao's involvement, not about herself, not about what chronologically happened first. Nano's on record saying she didn't care about Bao. The message from Red About Cotton, her and one of our friends, was cut off from the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this. She's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Nano has no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either. Okay. So only one screenshot of the message about Spike was included, which makes no sense because it shouldn't have been. So you believe it wasn't done on purpose? Okay. So the specific and symbol is used when she's never used it, and it's not commonly used. Shiloh uses this common and symbol, so you suspect that Lily wrote the document. Okay, she even said always had a bad feeling. Okay, so most of it, you're saying most of it's like gives evidence that it's probably Lily who wrote the document. Okay, so the document that shows things in Lily's offense, but not the so quote unquote incriminating one. Nano's document claimed manipulation. Lily was the one who said Nano was being manipulated. She was the only other person involved to push that claim to the public. Okay, so my use of it's just business was dishonestly portrayed. Lily used it in her phrase to reply to me. Okay, Nano's document says my friends platformed me. That's very specific wording. Lily said something similar in her reply to my apology. She said very similar things on her stream. The competition they're referring to. Two quotes from Nano's document similar to what Lily said on her stream, both claiming manipulation. So things from Lily's stream, Lily implying she was directly involved in making the documents. Okay, yeah, you do have to pick and choose. There's privacy concerns. Okay, so this specific and symbol is only seen with Lily's own reply. Everyone else involved doesn't use the symbol, is what you're trying to say. So the doctored screenshots likely were because now showed them to Lily doctored, and since Bowles was uncropped and unedited, Bao was being honest with the information she was given, thus clearing her of any wrongdoings of lying about something. Being the person who presumably wrote Nanao's document, Lily and Nanao would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business, but she was the one who lied the most about it in Nanao's document and replied to me on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from the same conversation with how I must have known about what Red said in her DMs 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that that my use of his phrase and meaning came directly from what he said to say. Give me a moment. Yes. I want to finish this. I originally gone through Bao's document, pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my other friends were lying. They were misinformed and speaking for what they thought was true. So Nanao and Lily lied and manipulated to see their story the way Bao understandably was hurt and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. I'm only going over parts of Bao's document the context that she may not have had the full story from her now or our side in the story, pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Okay. Okay, so it's more stuff about the whole Red and you sharing one track mind thing. Okay, so the only time Bao ever contacted or any had any first-hand experience with your two's working style was with the video, and she contacted Red, and Red didn't tell you anything, well, all of the information, and or in 3 days before she messaged you directly, so her own experience should have put like things on the kibosh. Okay, so they're talking about the model. Okay, all right. So this is about Bao's message to the group chat. And you didn't say anything, and you felt guilty about it, but yeah, if you had said something here, that might have helped your situation a lot. Okay, so the claim is false, but Bao would have only have said it if that was what she was told was happening, and she had reason to believe it. Okay, so the time zone discrepancies happen in these like screenshots, so there must have been one of the two other people messing around with this stuff. So it's not her fault. They're all that she was given. Okay. So the list above was all read for about Bao and his reasonings as to why he wanted to exclude her. But Bao, who only had the context of Nanao sharing with her, applied these reasons to model being explained to why Nanao manipulated Nanao, Red manipulated Nanao to cancel it then. Yeah, friends don't do that kind of thing, so like I'm glad that you agree. more about the cancellation thing and more about Red's weird headcanon that caused a lot of this mess. If you look at the timeline of events from now's document, I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from the document when everyone's presented out of context and out of order. Yeah, you should have talked about the problems. Okay. Damn, she was really out of it? Fuck. I remember when I was getting out of a surgery, like, I was. I you could have told me the sky was purple and I would have believed you. Yeah, that's not a good time to be telling people horrible news. How much did Nell tell Bao? How much did Lily say for her? The screenshots Bao had could have been more than what Lily saw. I believe Nano had the full context of them from the start. Bao couldn't understand what's happening because she didn't have the full context or ever knew the motivation or reason behind it. That was explained in her section. Red and I never talked to her when we should have, and I'm sorry to Bao for that. Everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is, the most important day of a VTuber's career. All the preparation and foresight need to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission, all the assets, all the coordination. Make sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you have to advertise it. You look at a content creator online, even though you're seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team that they coordinate with. And if you have VTuber and you have models and live 2D artists to work with, you know that your book out sometimes years in advance. To have a sudden cancellation happen so suddenly right in the middle of everything is, I can't even believe tell you how hard it is. Some VTubers plan this out years in advance. I'm not even joking. Yeah, like, I'm glad she can agree that like, this is something important. I agree it's something important. Like, I don't even do all of this, and I still know that this is a lot of work. Oof, God, I feel that. Like, so it's shelved, not rescheduled again. Like, I've been struggling with certain models, ideas I had, but I just can't do. So I can understand this so well. So you agree. If Bao or any of the friends came to before things came public, they would have found out why Red did what he did. Someone put the idea in their head. Okay. Yeah, so it's again all pointing at Red. So it's not exactly all Red's fault, but Red did a lot of shit that made things worse, that added to your lack of social skills and incompetence, like made this clusterfuck. Okay, so you understand that if what and now said to them is, well, lies about years of manipulation and abuse, and you can see why they wouldn't believe anything you said about not knowing anything, because that would just seem very, very suspect. So I looked at it when I read your apology. I was looking for some semblance of what I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. Just wanted to know if you ever had thought of me as a close friend, if it was just one sided or not. And I feel like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really sucks. Now I just don't know what to think or what to believe or how easy I could have turned this into a personal vendetta, but I kept it strictly about the people and clients that are affected and our careers were put on pause because your month-long project. So you couldn't own up to the way you treated Pal without the context, and you didn't know what to do or say or how to say it. So I said the bare minimum. So you deserve better. Yeah, Bao did deserve better, and you didn't. Like if you had, even if you couldn't say, didn't say anything to Bao, even if in all of that, if you in the original apology explained why you were neglecting Bao and all this and all the stuff with Red, if you had said that exactly, even with the rest of the over apologetic stuff and the assumed blaming everything on Red, if you had put that in there, right there, this would have turned to a you were an idiot who's afraid of conflict between your friends, so you intentionally didn't do anything about a bubbling problem in the background. It boiled over, and of course, you not saying anything or trying to solve the problem obviously led to, of course, things not being communicated properly. Everyone would have agreed that yes, you two don't share everything together, and but they would have pointed it out as you don't share everything together because you disagreed on this one thing with Bao, and it probably would have made things worse in the short term, but in the long term, it would have been better for you because then you wouldn't have so many people crashing out thinking they're stabbing your friends in the back. They would just think you are just a complete and utter puss who can't deal with confrontations or disappoint people, so you will bend your over backwards to do something and then lie and manipulate your way out of having to face the consequences for not being able to stand up and say or do things properly. Oh, wait, Fufu, Megalodon, and Zen? Shit, I know those. Fuck. Okay, so more about Numi's concert. Okay, so again, more about the concert, which is proving that the concert really was the biggest fuck up you had that colored everyone's perspectives of you and made it so that no one would believe you about anything about this situation ever. Okay, so this is about the claim of jealousy and you kicking the ladder down. Okay, so most of their crash out is because they believe it's going on longer than the actual period of time these events of fuck ups happened. So because they thought it was years long instead of just months long, they're assuming that obviously you wouldn't be able to ignore something or not notice something that's going on for years. But if it was going on for months, like it's way easier to believe that you didn't know about certain things at certain points in time. But because they think it's years, you are on the hook for all of that because, of course, if you're with someone for years and you're doing some stupid shit for years, even if one side is hiding it from the other's eventually going to find out through the slip ups the other one makes. It's why people very much don't believe the secret identities of a superhero thing in a relationship is ever believable. Okay? And just like Buff said about an impossible choice being by everyone involved, I believe she made the best choice with the information she had, the state of mind she was in, and for all the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. What I don't understand is why the choice to make anything public was left after Bao. Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all of the evidence came from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility, or no one else would? Why would they put the pressure? Bao could have said anything. She wouldn't have made it public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie on all along. It couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person, not just someone you had to surpass. And when I read it, I felt like you didn't. Bao was never someone I felt like I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that the case. I care about Bao, but Bao was my friend, that I wasn't treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better one when I needed to be. Thank you. Oh my god. The, the longer this goes on, the worse I feel. Okay, Charlie encouraged Nana to bring the DMs to the people affected, including the Bao. But Lily was the one who went to Bao. Why? I don't think. Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Lily select screenshots of what happened in her DMs about over Bao's model, not the full context. The difference was that Lily was already on her side Nano told her she was being manipulated. If Nana went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have had any of that pre-established context, meaning Nana would have to explain what happened to her model by herself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening, and Nana would have incriminated herself. But if Lily was the one to make contact, Lily could have explained Red's manipulation and messages about herself first, and Nana wouldn't need to show full context of the messages about Bao and her model because Lily was vouching for her. She just had to nod along. Bao wouldn't have doubted Lily's word. Throughout this document, I've been writing under an assumption that Bao's model with Nana was cancelled twice. Nana told Red and Jenny that Bao's model was on her commission list, and as far as she offered to cancel the second time herself, agreed to do it. But now this document Lily presumably wrote for her with the information now gave her, and Bao's stock motion never mentioned her now ever being cancelled at another time. She said it was cancelled the first time it was shelved. Unless Bao was lying, and I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled. And now, after meeting, it couldn't be cancelled at the same time. What I think has happened was that Bao's model was cancelled. She told Nanao the above. Nanao's kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite wait list section unknown to Bao. When Red approached Nanao about her exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, she said it was on her list, not telling them the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying for her model's own rigging, which she would discount for our next commission. So why would she be so quick? Because she never had to cancel it this time. She never had to confront Bao because the model was never rescheduled. She wouldn't be accountable for Bao's model when she made Red her offer, but Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with Red to get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offered to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down to the road, never making time for it, while Bao could forever cling on to hope that she would. And now never showed Bao, shouting at my friends the messages she and Red were talking about. Okay, she never showed when it was first brought up. Okay, and nothing to prove it did other than now's rigging getting paid for. Okay, so where did the enthusiasm go? Okay, all right. So was it just the art? The art was just too much for Nanao, so she found an excuse to cancel it. Is what you're trying to say? Okay, so the response. So you hurt Numi, yes. You agree. And you were a terrible friend. And you left your other friend behind. So you fucked up with three of your friends and hurt them badly. Okay, so most of it is because of Red's own actions, also being considered your actions because of how you both are, and like you not being concise and using communication. Okay. Oh my god, it's 7 p.m. I think I might actually make it to midnight. Okay, you consistently chose business over friends. Yeah, you did. You collab about earning a bag. Agreeing to do something and breaking promise or friend have different connotations, especially when making claims to the public without any evidence. Okay, yeah. So while both are synonyms, one is considered much worse. And considering the information that was given to her, it does sound like it's the second one. Because again, poor communications all around. Okay, so you believe that she made your apologies to Numi about her. Yeah, you didn't really know how to tell her no. Yeah, you shouldn't. Like, it was a big once in a lifetime event. So, uh, yeah, this kind of feels like a bit suspect, but with how badly you've made yourself out to everyone, it does give off a bad vibe. Like if you have poor social skills, you will give off a bad vibe to people. I'm sorry, like I'm not like actively reading every single part. It's just I know people saying that the great background and the text makes it easier to read. It it kind of does, but at the same time, it just makes it harder on me. Okay, so you take accountability. All right, not let's not go about communities. Okay, so constant talking about it's just business, I guess, but like a lot of people don't like corporations. So any use of that kind of phrasing is just going to get people really hostile and tribalistic because, well, it's just business, it's just profit. Like, who cares what how many people we hurt? We got money. Oh, there's an ad coming on. Okay. This one is kind of a little bit hostile, but at the same time, like when you're accused of being like that, it kind of makes sense. Okay, anyone who's watching is already back from the ads. Yes, hearsay, yeah. Well, she's trying to cope. Like, it could be that she's gleeful, it could be she's trying to cope. Needs to say more stuff happen, but most of these things don't have receipts or receipts that have personal, private stuff attached to it. That's just, you just can't share some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure and we all agree that everything we put online would only be receipts, only receipts that we have, nothing else, no emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, only receipts. If more proof wasn't shown due to constraining personal life info, like Lily said, I have no idea what it'd be if not what's already been shown and censored in this document. I didn't seem to have that problem putting my evidence together. She may be talking about my messages with knew me, or maybe knew he didn't want that to be made public, or shyly having even a bullshit reason. Why the full context of Now's messages weren't shown. The ever she claims to have doesn't exist. Lily also calls me a criminal in another petty insult. Ah, So I'm not the only one who uses the Charizard of X thing. Well, I don't know. I would love to be the box legendary or something, but I didn't create anything that would let me be the box legendary or something. And yes, when people get excited, they can end up doing cringeworthy stuff. I mean, yes, but from what I've seen of the overly apologetic statement document, it does come off like you're trying to push it all onto red. Companies don't want to have bad PR, you know? It's just business fashion when a company has an employee fuck up. Guess what? The company has to take action because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, is what our good old friend Snake would say. Yeah, I agree. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about a good time you had. Like, unless they're like some crazy person's actively encouraging like political violence and trying to get the viewers to partake in it, you shouldn't feel bad for enjoying spending time in someone's stream. Like, you had a good time, those are your memories to keep, you know. But on top of that, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through means making fun of things. That also isn't like perfect, but you have it in you, and you can cope with it. Try to donate everything you got. Well, like, you can't just go around saying what people should think or do, but like encouraging them to do something positive, well, not trying to have them crash out and do something even crazier, is essentially the vibe this speech is trying to give. Like, she's not disavowing it, yes, but it's Twitch. A lot of people on Twitch don't disavow things, and a lot of people in the content creator sphere know that you can't really control your communities to do anything, or really you just have to get them to just try to have to convince them to not do crazy shit. And usually the best way is to give them a positive thing to point their focus towards. Okay, yeah, like once the line is crossed, it becomes fair game. I can agree with this statement above. This is a link, another link, starting point when things change. Singular thing, like 4 or 5 days ago, and other things leaked. All kind of accusations, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person who wouldn't want to work with, because who does those things? What Bob said, Lily messaged her on Friday about what Nano told her 5 days before the stream was on Wednesday. Bao was brought into things after her surgery. At the timeline at the top of the page shows one thing was leaked 2 weeks before this. Lily knew about this for 2 weeks by the time of her stream. In that time, never said anything. The things Red said weren't slander. Okay, so it's about collabs. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have that. Yeah, specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after I did, I just didn't really want to. The other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did okay. Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. The other one, yeah, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the six or other people who are just looking at me dodging, going, yeah, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be wary was actually wary. What about six other people who I just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it up and were like, okay, we'll just replace someone else. Cool. You know, it's called projection because she fucking knew. She knew. So, anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly I did do once. Okay. If I, sorry, I'm just really slowing down mentally. It's like, okay, so yes, she did do some dodging, apparently. Okay, so this is about the Raiders. Okay, so it was something about sponsors. Okay, so links have showing how it acts with raids. Okay, so it's a variation of blank. Thank you for the raids. Why were yours different? so there's something off. That that's what you're trying to convey. Courtesy. Oh, that's how you spell courtesy? Okay. Okay, so 4 days after V card, messaged you on help. All right. So bunch of stuff makes me sound weird and competitive when again reflecting. One screenshot started it all. It, that was from that one point a few days ago. One screenshot, that one. I was like, that's fucked up. I gave Nano the receipts. It's not true. I just say, oh, I did ghost her in that DMs once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow before Nano worked on my model, that wasn't a problem. Okay, so if I can understand this correctly, that means there's just it. It really was your poor communication skills giving off a bad vibe. So okay, okay. So it only became a problem when the nano thing started. Okay, so you plan things directly in DMs. Okay, so this is a claim that you only ever really contact people when business is involved, but you had the split fiction thing. So you were talking about all the times you want to collab and your reasonings for it, but did you ever accurately explain them? Like, there is saying things because it's business related, or trying, it's going like, hey, this is business related, but really I just want to do X. If you said it like that, it would have gone over better, and Well, I guess I have to say it again. The word of the day is healthy communication. Okay. I don't know. You can't like one of you's obviously projecting, but I can't tell who. She has a problem. Why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized there's such incidents and this weird. If this is weird, she has critical thinking. Like this is weird. Are there others who are also weird? The ones she's living on screenshots say she feels bad for doing all those things, but she's being asked to do. That's where it started. Obviously, me, a friend I told. I talked to Nano and it was like, I'm gonna be honest. Some of this stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful you're showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with people affected, especially Bao, because you know that one nasty one where she sabotaged the spot, especially that one. And now the Giga Child agreed. She agreed. Like, really makes a point that I should have talked to her and not go to Nano, but I didn't go to Nano. Red did. As much as Lily wants to push the idea, Red and I are not the same person. When I was ready to confront Lily about what's going on, I did. She never responded because she was ready in the middle of organizing my cancellation. So you DM'd her in the middle of the whole Google docky being made. Did poor Nano realize there's more incidents, or did Lily ask if there were more? And what did Red ask Nano to do that she supposedly felt bad about? Alright. So Val had her surgery. The group chat. Yeah, fuck it, it happens. Something you do, you regret. Sometimes you call your friends a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under the bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story. We realized it wasn't this coincidence. It wasn't just an incident. It wasn't isolated. It was a pattern. Everything's connected. It's a pattern that's consisted over years. I kept going non-stop, and that's when we knew this is fucked up. And respect to my friends, we all decided after all the streets and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep it over for a night. Obviously, we're already for blood. It's like, fuck it, no way. But we decided to sleep it over, give it one night. So, suppose that she's been doing this. But if this stuff happens in this circle, what else could happen? If pattern is a pattern, again, speculation, we were like, how would we feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple of years, hurting more people? Can't do. Turns out, yes, it was bigger than his group. Google Talkie turns out it was bigger than our group. So, limited information from now. Lily, like apparently Alpha Blood from the limited information she also had from Nanao, pushing things along, and friends using your confirms and real bad experiences that you gave because of your unhealthy communication and incompetence. They chose what they chose. Okay, so about the apology. Yeah, so it's sorry that you got caught in this. I'm sorry that this happened to you. Sorry, I was manipulating to hurting you. Fucking apology, bro. One thing that struck me specifically, she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I'm petty. I didn't even get a section for myself. I'm going to be super petty. Not even a section for for someone that is so upset for me not naming their full document Twitch name. Someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I didn't even get a section of myself properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset about that shit and then put me there, throw me in there, and then be like, I'm sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's what, because I'm mad, because no knowledge of my ass. But here's the problem: a lot of what we know is hearsay because the girls spend time together, vacation, travel, blah blah blah. You know? Okay, so you didn't refer to Lily that way. Red did, but everyone's accounts of you and Red out in public is that you operate as if you're one person. So it's safe to assume that if Red says something, you would have said the same thing in his place if it was you talking. So, like, even if it's wrong, it's a safe assumption to make. Okay, some more about the censored stuff. Okay, this is about the Numi thing again. Okay, so yeah, it seems to be this whole crash out is about the V card thing. Okay. Okay, like with great power comes great responsibility. With great responsibility comes great power. feeling. Take distance. I'm very distant, very my own lane kind of person. I'm very distant, minding my own business. All right. You usually stay back, then you're there for an entire year. How nothing goes wrong, and how your friends like that friend, how everything seems peachy, and then you're like, you know what, my gut feeling's fucking ass. I fucking knew it. I shouldn't have trusted it. You know what? Should have trusted it. Yeah, I'm sure guys can also be catty. Yeah, but like I can't always trust my gut because I've also had gut feelings about people when I'm like, you know what? That was unnecessary. I was just already cautious based on nothing. Okay. Like gut feeling reactions for people is always something. Like they're too nice. It comes off as suspicious. I get it. Like I get it all the time. Long story short, VTuber makes friends in the VTuber space. Friends appreciate having a friend. Turns out they were never a friend. Never intended or wanted to be friends. It's never about friendships. Also about climbing the social ladder. Set friends. Let's call her Snake. Sabotage, backstab, manipulate behind the scenes, and everything came out because of the first screenshot leak. Thought about more stuff, leaks, Google Docky, fast forward, like apology without a ukulele, and I kind of crash out because how fucking dare you take zero accountability? All she had to do, you want to go to counter apology for when you fuck up. VTubers, future streamers, write this shit down. You ever need an apology for when you actually fuck up? For when you're the bad bitch, just say, I fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too fucking rich. But I decided by riding on my friends' backs instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it. I saw them nothing but an asset. I was truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, foul, and toxic I've treated them. Behind the scenes, pretending to be a friend while separating business, sabotaging them. I can never repair damage I caused. I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything you're supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away, hope to better myself. I'll never to repair what I'm broken, but I can try and come forward to be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing I've done to my close sister, most supportive, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom, just own up to it, taking some accountability. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been fucking an ass. Yeah, I've been blinded, so blind about my success, money, and greed for even more. Greed is unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Done. Of course, I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator? Fucking course not. Obviously not. But it's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them, but it's the only way things to set things right, and to maybe not be a fucking laughing stock for the next half a year. Yeah, truthfully, you own up to your mistakes, then you work hard to fix it. Okay, so, well, from what I can see, it's a problem with how the apology was written, which you agree was problematic in how it was written. It was overly apologetic and like victim shifting of the blamey. Okay, yeah, there are situations where you generally get fucked over what someone else is doing you didn't know, but not for years, not for so long, not for every single thing. Even when you yourself have receipts of doubling down or doing the same thing, also in person, but that's hearsay. Can't put it on a Google document, but we know better. Reddit's been sitting there like 24/7. We see him share messages by go, like here, check this shit out. But again, like I said, this is proof. This is hearsay. I understand. But the topic is beyond what you guys see. When she said it's personal stuff that bleeds into it, obviously, right? So it's clearly also hearsay. Obviously, there will be some hearsay to say, but the Google Stocky only has receipts. They're obviously only has receipts. They only talk truth. They only talk facts on the receipts. But obviously, there's more from spending so much time traveling vacations together. Okay, so this is about silver. So you say you never spoke to Lily about silver. So the only way she would have known anything about this was from Silver herself. So, huh? Okay, so this is about the YouTube channel. Hmm. All right, so it's about accountability. Well, it's just business. Very much triggers a lot of people, so I can't really go on about that. think I've seen that video. Hmm. All right. So, what do you think? What's your speculation about this? Okay, let me see this. All right. So it's just uh, quotes. All right. So it's about cards, and yes, the Charizard thing. I just. All right. Something about GS. All right. Okay. That's okay. So you're calling her Pikachu now. All right. So I don't know about V cards. I can't really say much about card swapping. about the concert, shifting blame, that you didn't promise to perform, but you did say you were going to be there. Okay. Okay, so it's more about the concert. Okay, so I think we've gone over this concert stuff. Okay, so you think you have the reason why you believe that everyone, including Shy Lily, is working on a bad set of information directly from Nanoless. Alright, so here's your speculation. Nano had Lily on her side from the start because she was the one who told Nano she's being manipulated. No matter the story she told or little of she showed, Lily would back Nano up. Nano couldn't go to Bow herself because she would have to show the full context. The exclusivity deal had nothing tangible to happen to anyone other than Nano as a result of it, like including Bow's model. Nano blamed all her cancellations on us, on her excuse and years of manipulation Lily gave her. Okay. Okay. So more about the some more proof that Nano's the cause. Okay, so you start this thinking that all of them lied, but you're going with the like more likely case that Nano lied, and like Lily crashed out with the simple information she was given, assuming that you were a horrible person and wanted, and her gut feeling was actually right, so that and she didn't want to like have things like go badly, so she tried to do it while you were sleeping. So she tried to push it to come out as fast as possible. Because if you're wrong, then everyone saw the entire full context and they all lied. Okay, so you're speculating about Lily manipulating everything? Okay, so she most likely wrote the document. Okay. So you're thinking both lied to each other and together for their own reasons, huh? You're saying like that the designs are aptly similar. Oh, well, so the box art legendary thing comes back with Groudon Kyogre. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that that happened, but end of the day, you know. But I don't know what a skeb is. Alright, so it's 6 months. Okay, so it wasn't your intention, or did the skeb artwork on January, supposed before the original debut. I still don't know what skebs are, but I guess I can appreciate that you at least put receipts. So, more about red. Oh, so you're using red to explain why your friends acted the way they did because you believe it's the same situation. Ah, there it is. There it is, the word of the day, poor communication. Haha, finally. So no one can communicated. Okay. Hmm. So what's this about silver? Because the in conclusion was already gone over. Like, yeah, witch hunt. Okay. You never been friends with silver. So you believe that the endless comparisons, like that got under your skin and caused your insecurities, that silver ended up buying into them, but you believe that if you could clear things up be on good terms and be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have like ended all this nonsense. Okay, that's good. Any creative or business endeavors Silver and I did together could be successful and benefit us both. I've gotten countless requests. Red had a lot of ideas, and you're always open to working. I generally sought a friendship with someone I was truthfully told was similar to me in their personality, likes, and interests. She was never obligated to any of these things. I never felt she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I hoped we could talk things out, but she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things turned us to mixed feelings after repeatedly gave me reason to. I grew to resent her by 24. Never ending harassment and other circumstances didn't help. In the end, I confided like with my friends, and they told me their own stories. So Silvervale's dislike and her actions towards me throughout the years that formed mine and Red's opinion on Lily and her feelings. Okay, so I grew more resentful over Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my cup, other incidents, even though she never interacted with me directly. It was also that fact that made me insecure. Like I wanted to know if she believed all those things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her through no direct action of her own. I was wrong for letting anyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. Okay, there's more. That was some accountability in the original apology. Over apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I, I didn't go into detail, even when it said there wasn't any interaction between us. When there was, I felt awful about the feelings I had for myself. Called myself unapologetic even when I wasn't. I did not sabotage her. I agreed to ask her not to work on models anymore. Silver lost nothing. I apologized for the opportunities I took from her when there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silver the ability to fill the gaps in the story however she wanted, despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I ever done. It didn't stop Silver from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. So she said she wanted her community fully be informed about everything. So below is my full experience with her around Silver, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the stuff on stream. Okay, colors. Okay, so you're trying to show that you didn't copy her. And then Silvervale's original design description on the website dropped. Okay, so you didn't want to seem like you were copying, so you tried to pivot. Okay, so your originally was going to be called Ember, but you changed to Cinder because Sin related to Hell and Cinder for fire. Okay, okay. So the art tag, okay. So the art references, and now something is slowing down. Oh my god. Did did part of OBS crash out because of all this? Is it so long that it's crashing? The bar isn't going down. Oh, 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 it looks like it's a bunch of pictures. Okay, okay, texts. So something happened with her mom. Fan art. Okay, so you were drawing fan art. You had planned four, only finished one, and it caused controversy. Posted to finish art. Okay. Oh, so you accidentally you put a art tag and then it came across as a ship tag. Oh, so the inspiration thing was used as as evidence of about copying.